Good afternoon and welcome to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. It is Wednesday, May 29th at 2 p.m. and we are here to resume the hearing in dockets 2023-388E and 2023-403E. Let's take a roll call of commissioners. Present in the hearing room, we have Vice Chair Powers, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Carolee Williams, Chair Belser, and with us virtually we have Commissioner Caston. Since we've been gone a few days, I was going to do a roll call of council, but it looks like everybody's here. I would ask and remind council to please, if you object or when you get up to question somebody, if you would identify yourselves. I've got a cast of characters, but it will help the court reporter to know who's talking, if you don't mind, please. When we left off on Friday, I believe it was, that seems like an awfully long time ago, we were still with witness Rothschild. We'd finished directing, we were on commissioner questions. Do we have witness Rothschild with us today?
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rothschild. How are you today?
Good, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Rothschild, this may be unnecessary, but since it's been a few days, I'm going to swear you in again. If you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And I believe we were on commissioner questions. So, commissioners, do we have questions for the witness? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Rothschild. Hope you had a good weekend.
Yes, thank you. Hope you did as well.
I did. I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to start out with a few questions about some of the exhibits that were entered late Friday afternoon. You probably don't need to look at them, but the two that I'm going to be looking at, I believe the first one was number 40, and it relates to Act 220, and the other one was, I believe, number 44, and it was the executive order from the governor, number 2023-18, and so basically just wanted to mention a few things there and see what you think. So basically, both of the documents relate to a lot of different things, but the emphasis on Friday was economic development and creation of jobs and going in that direction. But I was looking at them a little bit further, and so if you look at Act number 220, and it was page 4 of the exhibit, and it refers to economic development and rate agreements. And under section 3, the part that was discussed was item number 1, where it gets into continued economic development and opportunities for employment. But in addition to that, if you go to item number 2, it refers to the cost of electricity and the availability of renewable energy sources for electricity are important factors in the decision for commercial and industrial entities to locate or expand in South Carolina. So that was item number 2. And then item number 3 refers to competitive electric rates as a necessary to attract prospective commercial and industrial entities to invest in South Carolina. And then with regards to the governor's executive order number 2023-18, on the first page and the third, whereas it talks about, all the new jobs and all the new investment and, the importance to the state. But if you flip over to page 2 and you go to the last whereas at the bottom of the page, it also references Act number 220 And it says recognizing that competitive electric rates, so on and so forth, are, important. And if you turn to page 3 and you go to the second whereas, it talks about minimizes the cost of energy throughout the state. And then if you go to the third whereas on that page, it says ensuring access to energy supplies at the lowest practical environmental and economic cost. And let's see, maybe one more here. So if you go to the 5th page, the whereas at the top of the page, that one ends with minimizing energy related costs for consumers and ratepayers. And then there's, other mention of cost and affordability and those sort of things. And so I guess my question is, economic development is very important to South Carolina, but that relates not only to, the rate of return that's granted to the utility, but the affordable and competitive rates. Do you think that that's an important factor in the overall picture of getting people to come to the state and bringing jobs to the state?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think the core part of my testimony is measuring what returns are required by investors, and if it's critical for the state of South Carolina and consumers for the authorized ROE to be high enough so that the energy can raise the money it needs to provide those services. So, of course, if the rates are too high, then it's not going to be good for consumers. It's not going to be good for the economy, for sure. So the critical piece of my testimony is making a recommendation that would allow the company to raise the money it needs.
Right. And so would you agree that ROE and capital structure are generally probably the two biggest factors in a rate case that determine both the fairness to shareholders and the fairness to ratepayers?
Yes, it often is one of the largest factors. I would agree.
Mr. Rothschild, just a minute. You're breaking up, so hold that thought a second. Let me see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Let's try again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just agreeing that, yes, it's often one of the largest factors is rate of return, the authorized ROE and capital structure.
Okay. And in this case, specifically, you are working with Department of Consumer Affairs, and the focus there is on residential customers and fairness to them. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So one of the things that you mentioned in your direct testimony starting on page 80 was the relationship between lower allowed ROEs and potential reduction in credit ratings, and you had mentioned that it would still be potentially beneficial to ratepayers if, in fact, the lower ROE did impact credit ratings. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. When we did the credit analysis, I went and looked at how the different, if my recommendation, my authorized ROE and capital structure were adopted, how that would impact the various credit metrics by Moody's and S&P. And based on that analysis, it indicated there was a relatively low chance of a downgrade. But I took later on in looking at Mr. Bauer's rebuttal testimony, I considered what would be there was up to a 20 basis point increase in the cost of debt, which he felt would be possible. And even then, if we assume that would happen, consumers would still have a net benefit by if the commission goes with my recommendations, because the overall reduction in the cost of capital would be far greater when you even with an increase in the cost of debt.
Okay. So
It may or may not happen, but it could potentially.
right. But I think what I heard you say is that the amount of the rate increase would be lower, and any potential increase in the cost of debt would still be to the benefit of customers. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And there's been some discussion about the credit risks and the fact that the company has a lot of nuclear plants, and that potentially contributes to higher credit risk. And the thing that I was wondering about is, with everything that's going on these days with coal and natural gas, and asking for extensions on the licensing for nuclear plants, for me, in my brain, I have a hard time reconciling how nuclear is a higher risk than coal and natural gas, just with the environment that we're living in now. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I do not. I have not looked into that specific issue in depth on just on a high level. I did consider it in my analysis, but I do not have did not do a specific comparison of nuclear risk.
Okay. And so, generally speaking, about how many times have you presented testimony on rate of return and capital structure you've been doing this for what, about 20 years?
Yes, that's right. I believe I've filed now, it's over 75 times. I've been an expert witness, and I was involved in assisting on many dozens more before that as well. But it's been over 75, I believe now.
Okay. And do you have any idea how many times your recommendation has been accepted in a rate case?
I don't know exactly how many times it's been specifically adopted. I don't know offhand. I know that it has been considered numerous times. I think it's, from my experience, it's quite rare that anyone witnesses the testimony is fully adopted. But I've found that certainly been in decisions I've seen, certainly been considered and mentioned many times throughout. But I have had a few times it's been adopted, and it's been mentioned considerable amounts of time.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carol Lee Williams.
Thank you, Chair Belser. Good afternoon, Mr. Rothschild.
Good afternoon.
I heard Commissioner Caston talk about the weather on Friday out your windows. All I can see when I talk to you in this manner is that incredible fireplace.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I've just got a few questions, and one of them is thinking about the differences between your recommendation and those of other witnesses. How much of those differences can be attributed to inputs and assumptions that you use in your models? And can you try to illustrate that?
Yeah, sure. I think we could point to that completely. I know that one of the comparisons would be in the discounted cash flow model, and that would apply to Ms. Pardue of ORS and Mr. Coyne and myself. And that would just be if you look at the growth rate factor that we use in our discounted cash flow models, and that makes quite a big difference in terms of the outcomes that we get. I could talk on a high level, or we could go into the specifics, but in my let me look.
I think some high level examples like you just gave would be good.
Okay, so I believe that the growth rate in my discounted cash flow was about 3.8%, right? And the growth rate factors that were used by Mr. Coyne and Mr. Pardue were over 5.5%. I believe that that my growth rate component is more reasonable. It's been taken into account making sure that it really makes sense that it'll be a growth rate that's sustainable in the future, and that's an assumption that's critical in a discounted cash flow model that's a constant growth DCF. It has to be for it to make any sense. It has to be something that's reasonable to be sustainable in the future, because that's how the math works. And Mr. Pardue had discussed one. She explained that that's critical, that when you have that assumption, it should be sustainable. And she says that one thing to consider is the growth in GDP growth, and that could be viewed as kind of a ceiling that would be reasonable. Well, my growth rate component is consistent with what she talks about as a financial principle in terms of being a growth rate that she gave GDP growth rate expectations of, I think, 3.8% and 4%, which is in line with what I have. But hers and Mr. Coyne's growth rates are considerably higher. So that, in terms of the DCF, is why I think my results are more reasonable. I think from what I did, they make sense mathematically, and they also are consistent with what Mr. Pardue had identified as a financial principle in terms of sustainable growth, being in line with GDP growth. That's for the DCF. When it comes to the capital asset pricing model, there are a number of different issues. One is in terms of the beta coefficients that I use. I use beta coefficients that I believe are much more representative of current capital markets, because the 5-year historical beta coefficients used by Mr. Coyne and Ms. Pardue are just 5-year historical betas, so they're still impacted by what happened during COVID. And mine are more representative, they're more forward-looking and more current. And in terms of the market risk premium, that's another really big key point, and I believe that my market risk premium is more consistent with current market conditions because they're based on stock options, but they're also consistent with some of the reputable sources that Ms. Pardue had cited, like the professor at NYU, Professor Damaduran. So some of those are the real critical ones. The growth rate component of the discounted cash flow model, we have differences. I believe mine is more reasonable because it is sustainable. And with the capital asset pricing model, just to summarize, it's the beta. I believe my betas are more representative because they account for more current market data, are not impacted by COVID any longer, or not very much. And then with the market risk premium, I think is also much more consistent with current market data as well.
Thank you. That was helpful. Do you agree with the, let me see my notes. You can probably tell I take notes, and I've got my questions in the same document, and took a lot of notes there, so I've got to find my next question. Okay. Do you agree with the following, that investors have a choice in where to deploy their capital?
Yes.
And do you agree that Duke Energy Carolinas, as a regulated subsidiary of Duke Energy Corp., competes for capital in the market?
Yes.
Thank you. You talked a lot last week on Friday about kind of the fluctuations associated with factors impacting ROE. And do you take qualitative factors into consideration when you're calculating an ROE?
Yes, I do. I would say it's really a general assessment of the market data. And I think that I generally, it's much more quantitative, I would say, on my side in terms of calculating a market-based cost of equity. It's really an evaluation of the data because I think that that really provides a tremendous amount of information about what investors expect. I think ultimately there's going to have to be some kind of judgment. There's a lot of different cross currents. We're talking about interest rates and inflation and so forth. But generally, when I bring that back into my models and look, it's very rare that I have to, I feel like, make various kinds of judgments. I have in the past where I've looked at, say, the term structure of the cost of equity, and I've made some adjustments based on that. But that is, I think, really also quite a quantitative assessment, really looking at it at the data and sometimes making adjustments. So just to answer your question, I feel it's really my exercise is more a quantitative exercise, looking at the data and explaining what it means. I hope that answers your question, and please let me know if it did or not.
It did. And my last question is more of an open-ended one, given the time that's elapsed since Friday. Is there anything that you would like for us to know that that in kind of reflecting over, you've really got a chance to re-say something that you might have said on Friday, and you've had some time to reflect. And so, if it's appropriate, I want to give you that chance. We were in a short time frame, and that's the particular reason that I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Yes, thank you. I think it was some great questions by Commissioner Caston at the end, and just really thinking about where my analysis kind of, how commissioners could use my numbers and some of the other factors that they might be considering. So I wanted to think a lot about that, and I think maybe in the future I'll add some more discussions about that. And as I kind of reflected, I realized that the debate, one of the important debates is, if we agree that the market-based cost of equity for a utility company is 8% and authorized ROEs around the country are more than that, I can see the concern is, what's going to actually happen if we authorize an ROE that's completely consistent with the market-based cost of equity. And I view my role as to really give you that information so you, the commissioners, can make a decision of what's the best to do. But as I went back and thought about it, there was a debate that went on many decades ago, even before I started working as an expert witness, which was, should the authorized ROEs potentially be slightly higher than the market-based cost of equity? And they debated that within the context of what it would be revealed as a market-to-book ratios. And so people had argued that maybe the market-to-book ratios should be 1.2, meaning that the authorized ROE should be a little bit higher than the cost of equity, just to make sure that utility companies are incentivized to innovate and so forth. But what we have today is way beyond that. We have market-to-book ratios of about 1.5 for electric utility companies. You can just see in the market. And so I would like the questions really had me reflect on that and kind of dig into some of our research from many decades ago, and I think that's an interesting area to look at. But I just wanted to put that perspective, that when that debate was going on, I think a lot back in the 70s and 80s, we were thinking maybe the authorized ROE should be a little higher than the market-based cost of equity, and that would be at a 1.2 market-to-book ratio, but now we're looking at 1.5. So I think it's a fair thing to debate. Maybe the authorized are where they should be in relation to the market-based cost of equity, but my assessment is we're really beyond that. That's what the market is telling me. And anyway, that's what the market prices are telling me.
And has your testimony been that you recommend not necessarily a drastic shift to that 1.2, but an over time transition?
Yeah, that would be possible. It certainly is on where we're talking is on kind of on the line of where I view the scope of my testimony because I want to just say I'm providing an expert opinion of what capital markets are saying. But it seems impossible to avoid this discussion almost. And how should that move over time? And I have to say that in my testimony, I have not provided research or analysis of any kind of proposal to how that should be moved over time. It's certainly something that I expect will become part of my research in the future and something that should be, I could potentially, if there's interest, add different opinions on that.
Thank you. I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being back with us.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, further questions for the witness? Mr. Hall, redirect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rothschild. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to start following up on Commissioner Thomas's questions. He was asking you about Act 220 that Mr. Mehta showed you last week, and I had some similar questions, so I'm going to cut some of them out. But you do recall Act 220, as Commissioner Thomas noted, talks about the economic and financial well-being of South Carolina and its citizens. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that the cost of electricity is an important factor in the decision for a commercial and industrial entity to locate in South Carolina. You recall that?
Yes.
And finally, that competitive electric rates are necessary to attract prospective commercial or industrial entities to invest in South Carolina. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so your your return on equity and capital structure are lower than what is in the settlement agreement. Is that right?
Yes.
So compared to the settlement, would your ROE result in lower rates for South Carolina citizens?
Yes.
Compared to the settlement, would it also result in lower rates for commercial and industrial entities?
Yes.
And would your ROE therefore make rates more competitive?
Yes.
Well, thank you. Mr. Mehta also showed you some census and population growth numbers and some documents from the Department of Commerce that talked about economic growth. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did those documents show that South Carolina is has a growing population and economic growth?
Yes, from what I recall from that, yes.
Are a growing population and economy items a credit agency would view favorably in regard to Duke?
Yes, I would believe so. I don't recall they commenting that specifically, but I would think so, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the Moody's credit opinion that is attached as Bauer Rebuttal Exhibit 1. I'm going to slide it down so everybody here in the room can see it, but see this is Mr. Bauer's Rebuttal Exhibit 1. It's the May 11th, 2023 credit opinion from Moody's. And do you see the highlighted part there under credit strengths that growing service territories is one of the things that Moody's identified?
It's a little hard for me to see. What page is this?
Yeah.
It's right in the...
Is that better?
Yes, I see that. Yeah. Yes, I do.
And so Moody's identified a growing service territory as a credit strength of Duke Energy Carolinas?
Yes, that's correct.
Would the growing population and economic growth be things that investors also view favorably?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And would those things impact an investor's risk assessment of Duke Energy Carolinas?
Certainly. If going service territory policy would be
Mr. Rothschild, you're breaking up again. I need you to repeat that answer, please.
Yes, I was just saying that yes, growing service territory would be
Um,
Can
let's
you
try.
hear me now?
We're showing low bandwidth on your end. If you've got anything else that's pulling on your internet, if you could shut it off. But the court reporter is still having trouble getting that response. I'm gonna need you to repeat it again.
Okay, let me try again.
Mr. Rothschild, if you don't mind, let me repeat the question.
Sure.
Would a growing population and growing economy be things that would impact an investor's risk assessment of Duke?
Yes, they would. I think it would be a positive. Investors would view that in a positive way.
And those things might make them look less risky compared to other utilities that aren't located in a state with such a booming population and economic growth?
Yes, certainly all else equal, that would be positive. Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to put another document that Mr. Mehta showed you on Friday on the overhead, so bear with me. Mr. Rothschild, can you see this document?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Mehta showing you this table with all of your ROE recommendations and the authorized ROE? I believe this was hearing exhibit 39.
Yes, I recall.
Did this document indicate anywhere on the table whether the authorized ROEs arose from a settlement or a litigated matter?
No, I don't believe it mentioned that.
Okay. And do you recall, I'm going to, excuse me, point it out. I'll try to zoom in. And one of the, as I've circled here, one of the cases that is on this table is an Eversource case from Connecticut in 2021. Do you recall seeing that on Friday?
Yes.
Do you recall, excuse me, do you recall citing to this case in your prior South Carolina testimonies?
I would think that I have. If I would have to check. I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let me skip ahead. Let me ask you this. In your past South Carolina testimonies, you have cited to other commissions that spoke favorably of your methods. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And
Oh, yeah. So I would think I've cited what the Public Utility Regulatory Authority of Connecticut has said.
Okay. And I will submit that you cited to this case in your Palmetto wastewater testimony, docket 2021-153S. And I would like to show you what the Connecticut authority said. And Mr. Rothschild, this is page 21 of the Connecticut decision in Mr. Mehta's document. Could you read the highlighted section, please?
Excuse me. The authority finds the Rothschild's market-based approach for determining a reasonable ROE to be credible and persuasive. Specifically, the authority finds that the incorporation of investor market return expectations into the historical applied DCF and CAPM methodology enables the authority and all docket participants to better consider a just and reasonable rate of return based on the same prospective basis that base distribution rates are set. As such, the authority determines that the added layer of analysis provides appropriate protection to the relevant public interests, both existing and foreseeable, pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 16-9E. Therefore, the authority considered Rothschild's DCF and CAPM calculations as outlined below in the decision. Moreover, on a going forward basis, the authority shall consider a similar approach to incorporating investor expectations into the historically applied DCF and CAPM methodologies in all future rate proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you. And do you recall citing to that in your former testimonies in South Carolina?
I do.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. On Mr. Mehta's exhibit for that case, it showed an 8.80 ROE. Do you recall that? If not, I'll put it back on the screen. If I hadn't drawn a line through it, hopefully you'll be able to see that. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall that.
Do you recall that Eversource's ROE was 9.25 before that case?
Objection leading.
You can answer yes or no. Go ahead. Overrule.
Yes, that's my recollection. It was 9.25.
Do you recall, other than your DCF, utilizing part of your DCF, why the commission lowered it from a 9.25 to an 8.8?
Trying to recall if there were other, there may have been other factors involved in that.
Okay.
I think that.
Wait, give me a second. I'll put something else on the screen here. Do you see in the middle of the page, and it's underlined on my end, I'm not sure if you can see it, where it says the authority also finds that Eversource failed to adequately demonstrate that earning an excessive ROE or collecting excessive rates is directly beneficial to its customers? Do you see that? I think you're breaking up on us again. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. I can see that, yes. Could you hear me?
You're breaking up again a little bit. I was making sure the chairwoman.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And do you see the footnote? Let me pull it up just a little bit. And do you see the footnote here at the bottom?
Yes, I see the footnote.
Yeah. And do you see that it indicates a 45 basis point reduction to their current allowed 925?
Yep.
And it looks like the Connecticut Commission also had a 90-point reduction for some sort of penalty related to how Eversource responded to storms. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you see at the bottom where it says, therefore, Eversource's adjusted allowed ORE shall be 7.90% until the company's next approved rate plan?
I do see that.
Okay. So, Mr. Rothschild, you read the quote earlier that you cited in the Palmetto wastewater case. Do you recall the Public Service Commission in South Carolina saying similar things about your historic and forward-looking market-based analysis in its order in the Blue Granite case?
Yes, I do.
And in that case, Commissioner Thomas or Commissioner Williams asked about how many times your ROE has been adopted. Would that be one of the cases where your ROE range at least was used to set an authorized ROE?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Commissioner Thomas asked you about your credit analysis. Do you recall that from a few minutes ago?
Yes.
And in your answer, you referenced Mr. Bauer's rebuttal testimony and a 20, that he mentioned a 20 basis point effect of a credit downgrade. Do you recall that?
I believe it was up to a 20 basis point increase in their cost of debt.
And what does that mean, a 20 basis point difference in their cost of debt?
So, for example, if their cost of debt was 4%, it would mean that their cost of debt would go up to 4.2%. That would be the 20 basis points.
Okay. And you address that, Mr. Bauer's testimony in your rebuttal on pages 8 and 9, don't you?
Yeah.
And could you explain to the commission what you found that you discussed on pages 8 and 9 of your rebuttal?
Yes, one moment, let me bring that up.
And I'm not asking you to read it, just if you could just summarize what you're saying there for the commission. I think it's directly related to the questions you were asked previously.
It's on page 8 and 9 of my rebuttal.
I believe so, and I'll admit I don't have it in front of me, but I do recall that you put some numbers behind the savings that customers would receive even with a possible credit downgrade. Do you recall that?
Okay. Yes, I do. So, to summarize the analysis here, I had looked at the borrowing costs increasing 5 to 10 basis points here, and if we looked at a 10 basis point increase potentially for DEC, that would mean an increase in interest costs of about $17 million annually. But applied all outstanding, that would be applying all outstanding debt right away. It would take time to refinance. But that pales in comparison to the $155 million per year annually that consumers save. So we're talking $155 million compared to $17 million with a 10 basis point increase. And even if it was 20 basis points, we'd still be looking at potentially $30 million in increase in cost. So there, it pales in comparison. Consumers would benefit, even if there was the downgrade and increase in cost of debt.
And is that all essentially a function of the overall rate of return?
Yes.
So basically, what you in your analysis, you would show, okay, if the cost of debt goes up, as long as if the ROE has gone down enough, the overall rate of return would still be lower. Is that right?
Okay. We're not catching that. What was your response, Mr. Rothschild?
I said that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Chair Belzer,
Yes, sir.
I would like a very brief recross on the Connecticut points that Mr. Hall brought up.
Very brief.
Thank you. And Chair Belzer, if I could, I'll have Ms. Green pass out a couple of documents. And Ms. Green, they would be number 4 and number 5. And if Ms. Athens can email them, we'll get going in just a second.
I would ask that you give Mr. Hall a copy first, and the court reporter. The court reporter got left out the other day, so we've been scrambling to fill those. Yeah. and then the commissioners and other council. But please give it to Mr. Hall first. No.
Chair Belzer, while we're waiting for the exhibit, I have one question. It's also Connecticut-based that I can use, that I can do without the exhibit.
Okay. What are we waiting on? Are we waiting on the exhibit to be emailed or handed out or both?
Handed out. Apparently, it's not in the room. I believe
okay.
it should already be emailed.
Okay. Well, without referring to that, Mr. Hall needs a chance to look at it before you ask questions
Yes.
about it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rothschild, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. In the questions that Mr. Hall posed to you regarding the Connecticut case that's on the list, he referenced a Palmetto water case from South Carolina and a blue granite case from South Carolina. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Those are both water company cases, correct?
Yes.
And I believe it's referenced in your direct testimony, but you also testified in a Connecticut water company case involving Aquarian water, correct?
That's right.
Madam Chair, it's Roger Hall, Department of Consumer Affairs. I would like to object if he's going to ask about things that were in Mr. Rothschild's direct testimony. I think he had plenty of time to cross-examine him about that previously.
This is recross, so we need to limit to what was brought out
It's
on?
directly related to Mr. Hall's references to Connecticut decisions, which he just talked about.
Well, they only talked about one.
He talked about but then he also talked about Blue Granite and Palmetto, referencing those decisions as being ones in which Mr. Rothschild had talked about the particular issue that I'm asking him about. That is, South Carolina decisions in which he had referenced Connecticut decisions. It's kind of a long chain, but it is a chain.
I'm having trouble following this. Go a little further and let's see
All right,
where we are.
It's one question, basically. Mr. Rothschild, in the Connecticut court decision that grew out of the testimony that you provided in the water case in Connecticut.
Madam Chair.
Okay, that's there. I don't know where that's going, but there was nothing brought out on redirect about a court case on a water case in Connecticut.
What was brought out on redirect is water cases in South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
This is one question related to water cases in
All right,
Connecticut.
ask the question, and Mr. Rothschild, pause
Okay.
before you answer. Let me see.
Mr. Rothschild, the Connecticut decision indicates and concludes that an 8.7% ROE is commensurate with returns, and I think that was certainly commensurate with some of your opinions in that case, correct?
Madam Chair, we're talking about a case that was not brought up, a case,
I
a
know,
water
Mr.
case in
Meta, let's
Connecticut.
move on.
Well, we
I'm going
can-
to sustain the objection.
All right, the documents are being handed out, so we can go directly to them.
Does this have to do with the case you're just talking about?
No, no,
Okay.
no. I assure you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and object to at least one of the documents that's coming up. It appears to be related to,
Let me see that document before you give it out to everybody, please.
and
Sandra, reach there. Hang on. I got it. All right, which one?
I've only had a chance to look at the document that says it's an S&P Capital IQ one-page document. It appears from initial glance to be related to the Eversource case, which Mr. Mehta brought up on Friday. And if you wanted to ask Mr. Rothschild about anything else about that case and any impacts or anything else related to that case, he could have done it on Friday and not to do it on recross-examination here on Monday.
Mr.
Wednesday,
Hall
whatever, Wednesday.
asked specifically about the Eversource case, which he
But-
circled.
But redirect is to focus in on stuff that was asked on cross and commissioner questions. And I'm having to agree. This looks like something that could have been asked of him on Friday when you were bringing it up to begin with.
But Chair Belzer, until Mr. Hall asked specific questions
Okay.
about it on redirect, it was really not necessary to bring it up.
And
Mr. Hall did ask specific questions about it on redirect, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
And if I can just add one thing, I believe the point of Mr. Mehta's questions on Friday were to show that utility commissions don't adopt Mr. Rothschild's ROEs. And if he wanted to go delve deeper into that issue and things that may or may not have happened as a result, he had plenty of opportunity to do that then.
And Chair Belzer, if Mr. Hall's objection is to the S&P document, we're not there yet. I can deal with the other document
Both
first.
of these are S&P documents. Which one are you saying you're not there yet? We're talking about the one pager right now, right?
That's correct. I'm not
Okay.
there yet. The questions that I have relate to the RRA document, which is not one that Mr. Hall has raised.
And I have not had a chance to look at that
I'm
document
very
yet. I'm sorry,
confused.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Let's take 10 minutes. You look at Mr. Hall, I'm gonna look at him, and then we'll be able to address this thing.
Very good.
All right, it is 2:55. We'll take until 3:05. We're on a recess, a short recess. Good afternoon, and we are back at the Public Service Commission and dockets 2023-388E and 2023-403E. We are on recross of witness Rothschild. All commissioner, let's see, we have commissioners, Vice Chair Powers, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Carroll Williams, Chair Belser in the hearing room, and Commissioner Caston is with us virtually. And Mr. Hall, do you have a chance to review the documents?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have, I say the additional information I'm looking at, first the one-page document it appears to be from May of 2024. The case we've been talking about is from 2021. It doesn't appear to directly mention that case, so I don't see its relevance. The additional multi-page document, again, assuming we see there's some information about Connecticut. Again, did not see any mention of the 2021 case that was being talked about. Mr. Rothschild's resume and the cases he's appeared in were filed with his direct testimony. If this is somehow related to issues in Connecticut, would have been a good opportunity to talk to him about Connecticut during his initial cross-examination. So I don't see how this is relevant now and how it is particularly appropriate recross. I feel like this opens the door to us we can go back and forth, and then we can ask questions about this document, and then Mr. Mehta can say we raise new issues about the document, he can cross, and I just don't see where that would end. And again, I object to the relevance and the fact that this is not appropriate recross.
Mr. Mehta?
The only thing I would say, Chair Belzer, is that the recross that Mr. Hall performed that focused on the document that's on the screen, that is what was marked as Hearing Exhibit 39, which incidentally we held to
Right.
and did not admit. It's clear that Mr. Hall has no objection to its admission now, but the focus of his redirect was all on the Connecticut cases. My recross is all on Connecticut cases.
I think I know where you're going. However, I think that based on the use of what was marked for identification as Hearing Exhibit 9, he opened the door to use that document, and you can refer to that and you can ask questions. I am not going to allow these two documents into evidence.
The two documents that have been passed
The two documents
out?
you just handed out. Yes,
Okay.
sir. I think that goes beyond appropriate recross. These matters could have been explored based on what was in Mr. Rothschild's direct and your questioning the other day, and I think it's improper recross. So.
In that case,
But
Chair
you
Belzer,
can ask about this one-page document.
the one-page
The
document.
one page that was marked for identification as 39.
Okay. I would simply, Chair Belzer, move into evidence the document that was marked as Hearing Exhibit 39.
Document that was marked for identification as 39 is being moved into evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
And I have no further questions.
Number 39 will be admitted into the record at this point. Thank you. I was coming back to that. I had not forgotten it, but
Yeah.
didn't
No,
realize we get to it.
if under the chair's ruling, the only questions I have relate to the use of 39 today, and given the ruling, I don't really have any questions,
Thank you,
further
Mr.
questions about it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Rothschild,
Yes.
thank you for being with us again today. Appreciate your testimony and your appearance here, and you may stand down.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hall, does that complete DCA's case? Anything further?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see, where do we go now? We go back. We've taken up Ms. Perry, and we've taken up Say CCL and Vote Solar's witness, and we've taken up the energy users witness, I believe. So we are back to, I don't have my right scorecard here. Let me find it. There we go.
Chair, from the
Thank
company's perspective, I think we are back to our rebuttal case,
Rebuttal.
and we're prepared to put up our first rebuttal panel.
Thank you.
The company at this time calls Jessica Benarsic, LaWanda Jiggets, and Sean Riley.
How about, would you mind getting this and giving them back to
Ms. Jiggets, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We say it one more time with your microphone on.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Bednarzik, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Riley, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, that mic, as I turn mine off. Try it.
Yeah, Chair Belzer has requested Brandon Marzo on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas.
Thank you, Mr. Marza.
Ms. Bendarsic, Ms. Jiggets, and Mr. Rowley, have you all previously provided testimony in this case?
I have.
And have each of you prepared a separate rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Bendarsic, starting with you, have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony of 49 pages that was previously filed with this commission on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Have you also prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision 3 exhibits labeled as Bendarsic Rebuttal Exhibits 1 through 3 that were previously filed with the commission as an attachment to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal exhibits?
No.
Okay. Chair Belzer, at this time I move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony exhibits of Ms. Bendarsic be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Say your name for me.
Bednarsic.
And I apologize in advance.
It's okay.
Ms. Bednarsic's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand. And Ms. Bednarsic's rebuttal exhibits 1 through 3 will be a composite exhibit marked for identification as hearing exhibit 45 and admitted into the evidence of this case.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Chair Belzer, Ms. Jiggets previously had her rebuttal testimony and exhibits moved into the record when she put forward her direct testimony, so I will move on to Mr. Rowley at this point. Mr. Rowley, have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony of 11 pages that was previously filed with the commission on April 22nd, 2024 in this docket?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Belzer, this time I'd move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Rowley be admitted into the record as given orally from the stand.
Mr. Riley's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Ms. Bendarsic, Ms. Jiggets, and Mr. Rowley, have you each prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimonies?
Yes.
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 Chair Belzer, with your permission, I'd ask that Ms. Bendarsic begin summarizing her testimony, followed by Ms. Jiggets and Mr. Rowley.
That's fine. I would just remind, why don't you just call on them as they finish?
I will.
Just makes the record a little more clear. Thank you.
You begin, Ms. Bendarsic, please.
In my rebuttal testimony, I respond to positions taken by ORS witness Dan J. Whitliff. My rebuttal testimony also responds to suggestions made by DCA witness Borden. Specifically, I note that witness Borden's characterization of the company's history of environmental compliance is misplaced. The company has a strong record of environmental compliance and works with regulators to maintain or exceed environmental standards at any given time. When regulations change or when it is deemed necessary to address environmental conditions at a site, the company works with our regulators to develop plans to assess and remediate the issues so that they can stay within compliance with regulations. The company has also participated in voluntary efforts to help both the industry as a whole and our regulators understand potential environmental impacts. For example, DEC voluntarily partnered with EPA to study groundwater quality at Allen in the 1980s, to not only characterize that site, but to look at the effect of ash basins on groundwater. Results of groundwater studies at the company's basins were shared with our regulators, who added requirements to permits as they deemed necessary. Moreover, witness Borden has provided no rationale that links the relationship of the ash basin closure costs in this case and the unrelated historical compliance history of the individual DEC ash basin units. That is, witness Borden does not connect, nor can he because the connection does not exist, even $1 of the costs sought for recovery in this case to the company's environmental record, which, as I have already indicated, is very strong. In this case, the actions that the company is seeking recovery for are required to meet current state and federal environmental compliance regulations. Finally, witness Borden's own testimony explicitly states that he provides no opinion on whether coal ash removal costs were prudently incurred or required by federal law. As I mentioned previously, the ORS, DEC, and all but one intervener entered into or do not object to a settlement agreement that was filed with the Commission on May 17, 2024, that resolves all issues in this case, including the company's request to recover coal ash compliance expenditures. I support the settlement agreement as a reasonable resolution of this case, and the Commission should approve the settlement agreement without modification. Thank you. That concludes a summary of my pre-filed testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bedarczyk. Ms. Jiggets, would you please summarize your testimony?
Good afternoon, Chair Belzer, Vice Chair Powers, and other members of the Commission. In my rebuttal testimony, I addressed several recommendations regarding the deferred costs sought for recovery in this case, including the recovery of deferred environmental compliance costs, as well as the carrying costs associated with that deferral. I also addressed the company's request for ongoing deferral of environmental compliance costs. The settlement agreement resolves all disputed issues discussed in my rebuttal testimony among the settling parties. Specific to environmental compliance costs, the settlement agreement provides for, among other things, a one-time disallowance of coal ash basin closure costs incurred through December 31st, 2023 of approximately $17 million on a South Carolina retail basis. No recovery in this case or in any future case of the previously disallowed coal ash costs of approximately $36 million on a South Carolina retail basis. Debt-only costs during the deferral period and rate-based treatment during the amortization period. The settling parties also agreed to the continuation of the deferred accounting treatment for ARO environmental compliance costs, i.e. those costs associated with coal ash basin closure activities. While the company did not request continuance of the deferral of non-ARO environmental compliance costs, i.e. those costs with compliance activities at active plants. In this case, if the company determines that such a deferral is necessary in the future, it has agreed to file an accounting request in a separate docket. In my opinion, the settlement agreement is a reasonable resolution of the issues in this proceeding, including the heavily contested issues related to the deferral and recovery of environmental compliance costs. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Ms. Jiggets. Mr. Riley, would you please summarize your testimony?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In my rebuttal testimony, I addressed DCA witness Eric Borden's testimony that the Commission should not allow any return at all on environmental compliance costs. Witness Borden appears to base this recommendation in part on his assertion that these environmental compliance costs are more akin to O&M expenses. However, it is appropriate for a utility to recover a return on all deferred costs, regardless of whether they are capital in nature. In my rebuttal testimony, I explained that cost deferrals are treated in a similar manner as invested capital for rate-making purposes. In other words, it is appropriate to recover a return on all deferred costs, regardless of whether the underlying costs are capital or, without the deferral, would have been operating expenses in nature. In both cases, utility investors are providing the funds in advance, and the utility is only recovering the costs from customers over time. The utility must compensate its investors for the time value of money through financing costs in the meantime. Not allowing a utility to recover financing costs from its customers would mean ratepayers are essentially receiving an interest-free loan. This would both prevent the utility from recovering prudently incurred costs and would also compromise the utility's ability to attract and secure capital. I also addressed witness Borden's alternative recommendation that coal ash compliance costs should accrue a return at the 5-year historical weighted average Treasury rate. My understanding is that the parties, with the exception of DCA, have either agreed to or do not oppose the company recovering debt-only costs during the deferral period for deferred expenditures. I further understand that the proposed settlement is comprehensive and includes agreement on many issues, not just deferred costs, and represents a give and take required to reach a compromise acceptable to the parties. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Chair Belzer, the panel is available for cross-examination and question by commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, DCA.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Ms. Bednarsik, I'm going to start with you, if that's okay. My first question, looking at your summary of your rebuttal testimony, I didn't pick up on something before. So you state, I note that witness Borden's characterization of the company's history of environmental compliance is misplaced. Is that right?
Yes, that is what my summary stated.
And I do recall in your testimony that you said the company's environmental compliance record is very good, or environmental record is very good.
It's very strong.
Okay, and
So,
so
long history.
and so the Dan River spill is a good environmental record in your opinion?
So what I would say is Dan River and what happened at Dan River is an isolated incident. When you look at our long compliance history that we have over the operational record of the company, and the fact that we have tens, if not hundreds of thousands compliance obligations across the company every single year that we are meeting and we are working with our regulators. Dan River happened. It was an isolated incident.
Okay. And are you aware of the, I'm going to put it on the Elmo here, the chart from Mr. Whitliff's testimony. This is from his direct testimony, page 19 of 75, where he outlines various violations from the company at the coal ash basins that are subject of this hearing. Have you seen this?
I have seen this table.
Okay. And so it's still your testimony that the company's environmental history is very good?
So I will repeat that if you look at the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of compliance obligations we have every single year over the operational lifetime of the company, these incidents, yes, these are unfortunate incidents. They happen. They are isolated. There are a few when you look at the overall compliance history of the company.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were talking current versus history, so I appreciate the clarification. So you're a chemical engineer, so it'd be correct to say that your testimony is based on engineering expertise?
So my testimony is based upon my engineering background, my project management background, and my history of working on environmental related sites for the company and outside the company as well.
Okay. And is it correct that all the basins in this case are in contact with groundwater?
Yes.
And would it be correct to say that there are potential concerns from ash in contact with groundwater?
So when you say concerned with ash in contact with groundwater, that is a concern that EPA has brought up as an area that needs to be addressed as part of the federal CCR rule, something that they really have developed since the 2015 rule and have really made strong in their updated rule that came out about a month ago. So that is something that EPA has said is a concern. But what I would also say is that the environmental testing that the company has done and has provided to state regulatory agencies related to, we call them comprehensive site assessments, where we look at everything that's going on around the ash basins. And those comprehensive site assessments have what's called a risk assessment associated with that. And that risk has shown that there are no adverse impacts to human health or ecological impacts around the basin. So while you say concern is there is groundwater impacts, but there is not concern or impacts to human health or ecological outside of that area around the basin itself. So you have to put things in context.
Sure, but so is it fair to say that EPA's concern about coal ash in contact with groundwater is potential hazard to human health and potential hazard to the environmental health?
I would say that EPA has looked at this and said this is something that needs to be addressed, and they have made it clear in their revised CCR rule that came out this last month.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong. Your testimony a minute ago was that all the basins in this here in that are subject to this case, there are no impacts to groundwater.
So that was not what I testified. I talked about how there's impacts to groundwater, but no impacts to human health or ecological receptors. Those are part of the comprehensive site assessments. So when we look at impacts to groundwater, we do have impacts to groundwater on our sites. And we are working with the agencies on what we need to do to address those impacts to groundwater. And part of that is the excavation of the basins. And in some of the cases, we're actually doing what's called groundwater corrective action as well. So we are addressing where there are impacts. But the key is our neighbors are not being impacted. The ecology around there is not being impacted. But we have to meet environmental compliance standards. And the standards that EPA has set forth specifically for groundwater is to address coal ash in contact with groundwater and to make sure that groundwater impacts are at the edge of the basin, which is 100% on the company's property. So I look at it and go, we're doing what we need to do to meet regulatory requirements. We have to do that. But more, I would say, very important, people are not being harmed from it.
How confident are you on the extent of those groundwater impacts, as far as the radius from the property or beyond?
I am very confident. If you had, and I know we provided the comprehensive site assessments, groundwater studies to DCA. Let me say this, I know we provided to ORS, and I believe DCA had copies of all the data requests we provided as well. There are hundreds, thousands of groundwater wells and then samples that have been collected over a very long time period. So I'm confident that we know groundwater.
Would you drink water out of a well from just off of Duke's property?
Absolutely.
All right. I just did not have that one. Just wanted to ask. You seemed very confident, so just wanted to check. So let me ask, is it correct that 7 of the basins fail to meet the wetland restriction of the CCR rule?
That is, so EPA has a number of restrictions or criteria that needed to be addressed and evaluated in order to determine if closure was required. And that is one of the criteria, yes.
Okay. And they are within 5 feet of the upper aquifer. Is that one of the standards that, one of the, not standards, one of the things that the EPA looks at for determining if they need to be excavated?
Yes, so in the 2015 rule, again, before that, when the basins were constructed, we did not have a federal CCR rule. So in 2015, when EPA came out with the federal CCR rule, that aquifer separation was one of the characteristics for evaluation.
Okay. And so when we were talking about wetlands, would it be fair to say that the EPA is concerned about impacts to wetlands from coal ash basins?
So I can talk about what's in the EPA document, and EPA has that listed as one of the criteria as part of the evaluation as to whether a basin needs to close or not.
Okay. And would it be fair to say EPA is concerned is that the basins could impact the ecological function of wetlands?
So again, EPA has included all these requirements to determine if a basin needs to close or not. That initiates closure. And then there are, once you initiate closure, there are, I don't know how many requirements off the top of my head that EPA has required us to look at for the closure of the coal ash basins. One of them is related to groundwater. One of them is doing these type of risk assessments to see if there are impacts. And as part of initiating closure, there are actions that you have to take. There are groundwater actions that you have to take as well.
Is it also correct that 6 of the 7 sites have valley-filled basins?
Yes, that's how we characterize a few of the basins when they were constructed. Again, when they were constructed, it was before EPA was constructed. They were water treatment units permitted by state regulatory authorities as permitted water treatment basins, or permitted water treatment units is a better way to say it. And so when they were constructed, it was using what was known at that time. All throughout the country, coal ash basins were constructed. And in the Carolinas, because of our geology, what was done was a dam was put in a lower area, and a valley was dammed at the end, and that created the basin that could be used as a water treatment unit and permitted typically under an NPDES permit, or I always get this wrong, the National Pollutant Discharge, I can never remember, standard. I think it's standard at the end.
And would it be correct to say that prior to constructing the dams you just mentioned, groundwater would have naturally charged these streams?
That is what we, when you look back at the history, that is what we believe would have happened with the groundwater charging those streams, yes.
And so then would it be correct to say then after construction, the groundwater charged the resulting coal ash impoundment?
So we already talked a little bit earlier about groundwater is in contact with the ash basin. So in a valley filled basin, groundwater is in the bottom of the ash basin itself. And that is how there is that interaction between the groundwater and the bottom of the basin.
Okay. And this groundwater charging issue would have been known to Duke since the time the basins were constructed, right?
So it, again, permitted basins by the regulatory agencies, common practice across the entire industry, across the entire country, as a approved means and methods for water treatment. And environmental regulations change over time as we find out more information, new information. And so that is why, as more information came out, new information, EPA came out with their new CCR rule in 2015 and set out for these standards. And this is what we do in the industry. We do other industries as well. EPA or state regulators come up with new regulations based upon more information that comes out and says, now you need to address this new regulation. And that is what we have done.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure you answered my question, so I was just going to ask again if that's okay. The groundwater charging issue would have been known to Duke at the time the basins were constructed?
So when you say the groundwater charging the basins, the interaction of the stream to the bottom of the basin was known. But what is happening with the geology and the groundwater in that depth, I don't have all those details in front of me as to what was known in the 1960s and 70s when it was constructed. Whether the actual interactions between the two was known.
Well, as they're digging these basins or damming things, I mean, they would see the groundwater, wouldn't they?
So I would assume they saw it, but what that actually means, again, science has changed. What we know as what has happened at these basins and the impacts of these basins has changed over time. So what you would say, what someone may have known at the time before when they were being constructed versus what we know today, I think it's unfair to say what we are doing today and how we are doing today. And what we know with 2015 rules, with 2024 rules, and trying to apply it to something that was done many years ago is a difficult thing to do.
And I understand, and I'm just trying to understand if Duke would have realized that there was water charging the valleys, groundwater charging the valleys.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would it be correct to say that some of the ash currently in the basins came from coal used to produce power in the past?
Yes.
So would it be likely that some of the CCR ash in the basins has been there since producing power in the 1970s?
Yes.
Since the 1980s?
Yes.
90s?
Yes.
2000s?
So these basins were in operation from the time that they were constructed many years ago, and were the primary means and methods, again, permitted by state regulatory agencies as a permitted water treatment unit and a permanent storage area for the ash. So they were used as intended and as permitted.
Sure. Do you know what fraction of the coal ash in the basins came from each of those respective decades we just mentioned?
I do not know that as I'm sitting here today.
Okay. In this case, Duke is seeking to recover cost of coal ash removal that occurred since approximately 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The test year for this case is 2023?
I believe it is, 2022. It's September 2018 through the end of 2023 is the recovery for the coal ash.
Correct, but the test year for the case is the year ending December 31st, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Appreciate that. So, Ms. Bednarsik, do you know what fraction of the coal ash currently in the basins was produced in 2022?
So there's no coal ash that is currently in the basins or that is in the basins from operations today. As part of the environmental regulations, one of the things we had to do was to stop sluicing ash into the basins. That was a requirement of the 2015 federal CCR rule. And so we moved to a dry ash handling system. So what happens is new construction, new operations that allows us to take the ash, bring it into a dry form, and send it directly to on-site landfills.
Okay. But we've already established that some of the ash in the basins has been there since at least the 1970s, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say, given the long history of the basins, that the majority of the coal ash in the basins was not used to produce power from 2018 to 2023?
Yes.
And coal, I think we've covered this, but coal is or was the fuel source for the power plants at issue in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And buying coal is a cost of operations for any coal plant, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you aware that fuel costs are normally passed to customers with no return to the company?
I am not aware of how the regulatory happens with fuel costs.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all that I have. Let me just double check, but appreciate that's all I have for you. Mr. Riley, I think I do have a few questions for you. So, Mr. Riley, your testimony discusses the concept of deferral accounting and the recovery of deferred costs in the rate-making process. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you discuss, let's see, on page 4, I'm going to give you a second. Do you have your testimony there?
I do.
Okay. I'm looking at your direct testimony. Page 4. Do you have your direct?
I do not have my direct.
You do not. Let me see if I can put it on the screen for you.
I take that back. I do.
Okay.
I do.
I can put it up anyway. Well, let's see. Well, you do have it, but I'm going to look at page 4. I don't know that it's necessary to put this up or to read it, but just want to make sure we're looking at it right. And here, I'll summarize and just tell me if I'm wrong. So essentially here on page 4, you talk about that it's necessary and important to have a solid understanding of the concept of rate making. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You state in your testimony that during your career you have consulted with utilities and internally with other PricewaterhouseCoopers engagement teams as to how these rate-making concepts and related accounting standards should be applied. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I assume you're aware of the Hope and Bluefield cases?
I've heard of it, yes.
You've heard of the Hope and Bluefield cases? You're not familiar with them?
Vaguely recall the name.
Okay. Are you aware that generally the statutory standard of just and under the statutory standard of just and reasonable, it's the result reached, not the method employed, which is controlling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That sounds familiar from the Hope case. Okay. Is part of having a solid understanding of rate-making concepts also understanding the rate-making history in a particular state where you're testifying?
It is, yes.
And so when you consult with utilities and the Price Waterhouse teams, do you look at state-specific issues?
Well, it's a somewhat of a vague question, but certainly, depending on the issue, you would have to understand, well, it really depends on the question you're trying to address.
Well, I guess I'll ask it different. Before being engaged in South Carolina, did you talk to anyone internally at Price Waterhouse, anyone with Duke, anyone about South Carolina specific laws?
Generally, but in the case of, in this particular case, what I've been tasked with is speaking to the concept of carrying charges on regulatory assets, which would be less applicable in terms of understanding state by state requirements.
Did you talk about or look into how carrying charges on deferred costs have previously been addressed in South Carolina before filing your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn from that?
Well, ultimately, it's up to the discretion of the commission to decide whether or not a deferred charge gets a carrying charge, which is very consistent with what you would see across the country.
Okay. Is it correct in this case you're arguing for those carrying charges to be at the full weighted average cost of capital?
That's correct.
Okay. And that would apply to, in your testimony, you say that would apply for operations and maintenance expenses also?
To the extent that they're deferred over a long period of time, greater than 12 months, then yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the company also argued for a WAC return on certain O&M expenses in its 2018 South Carolina case?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the commission and the South Carolina Supreme Court rejected that argument?
I don't recall that specifically.
You have not read the prior Public Service Commission order or the South Carolina
I just
Supreme
don't
Court
recall
opinion?
recall
Okay.
that specifically.
In your testimony, you talk about test years, and I think we talked about a little bit of that here today. Are you aware that South Carolina uses a historic test year?
Yes, but I don't recall speaking to test years in my testimony.
Okay, let me see if I can find just to make sure. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay, I'm looking at page 11 of your direct. Starting at line 4, let you get there. You state, unlike competitive entities where the rates or prices charged for products or services are based on competition, rate-regulated entities typically set the rates they charge their customers based on their costs, as determined in a rate case in which test year operating and capital costs are presented to a regulator with a revenue requirement based on costs ultimately ordered. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
Okay.
I think you referred to historical test year.
Thank you. Apologize for that, but you are aware that South Carolina uses a historic test year?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that deferrals capture expenses outside of a test year?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is it correct that deferrals capture expenses outside of a test year?
That is correct.
Is it correct to say that deferrals may delay the filing of a rate case?
I take that response back. It could or could not. I think the answer is it depends. It could be part of the test year, or they could be outside the test year.
I just want to get clarification on which you're taking. So I asked, I think you're saying, is it correct? I asked, is it correct that deferrals capture expenses outside of the test year?
That's correct. And well, maybe to ask, clarifying your question, are you talking about costs that were incurred during the test year that are being deferred for recovery in future periods?
Yes.
So then yes.
And what about past deferrals that a customer is paying that may extend beyond?
They might be amortizing during the historical test year. Is that what?
Yes.
Then they would have been incurred prior to the test year, and they're amortizing in and manifesting themselves as amortization expense.
Okay. So going back to where I was, I think, is it correct to say that deferrals may delay the filing of a rate case?
To the extent that they're contentious, is that I'm a little confused at your question.
No, I guess to the extent that if a company if a company has deferred expenses and is able to book those with a return on them, might they delay filing a rate case because they're not recovering those? They don't need to recover them immediately, or they decide not to recover them immediately.
Well, there's a lot to that question.
I would like to just add some context here as a revenue requirement witness. I think this commission.
If you don't mind, just get Mr. Riley's answer first, and then if you want to clarify it.
Sure.
Okay.
Chair Belzer, normally we allow the panel to respond. I believe Ms. Riley has answered the question. I'm trying to be.
Council can direct a question to an individual witness or the panel. And in this case, it sounds like he's directed the question to an individual witness. So,
Chair Belzer, will the panel members be allowed to add to responses like they've typically been allowed?
you know, that word typically is not really a good legal argument. But
Well, I think that's been the common practice, Chair Belzer, that I've
not
at least what I've
always. I
witnessed.
mean, my practice is that the question can be directed to an individual or the panel. Now, if a witness wants to, another witness on the panel wants to add something to it, if the council doesn't want to accept it, that's fine. But that's what redirected might be for.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Belzer.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Riley, as the deferral accounting witness in this case, would it be correct to say that a utility may choose to delay filing a rate case if they have a lot of deferrals?
I would say that that could happen. That's one factor. There's many factors that a utility has to consider in terms of determining whether it's going to come in for a rate case or not. What's its actual returns? We've talked a lot today about allowed returns, but what is its actual returns, and is it coming even close to what it should be earning? What is its cash flow position? The deferral of these costs doesn't mean that the utility isn't still out-of-pocket cash, so they have to consider that as well. So the answer to your question is yes, it's one of many factors to consider.
Okay. You're aware that Duke has received deferral treatment in the past?
Just in general?
Yes. And you're aware that their last rate case was filed 6 years ago?
Yes.
You're aware that in South Carolina, a utility can file a rate case every 12 months?
Yes.
So would you agree that Duke had a choice to bring a rate case sooner if it wanted to make its investors whole?
Theoretically, yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Commissioners, questions for the witnesses? Vice Chair Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Benarsi, I've read your testimony twice and now listened to you questioning. I spent over 40 years in criminal law, both as a prosecutor, defense lawyer, and as a magistrate judge. Never, when someone is involved in a crime, have we told the judge or had somebody tell me as a judge that was unfortunate. Your testimony and the 7 other things that you say need to be addressed, your testimony is a case of oversell. You're overselling the situation. We know everybody's trying to do better with the environment. Duke's trying to do better. Everybody's trying to do better. But to use the word unfortunate in a criminal act where someone's pled guilty, it's just wrong.
I would apologize for using that word. I would say that it was a serious event that happened. We took it seriously. We did plead guilty under federal court for violations of the Clean Water Act, and we addressed the things that we did appropriately. There were fines that we paid. There were cleanups that we did. There was a lot that we did associated with that event. My word, I will say, was a poor choice. But what I'm trying to convey is that when there is an environmental event that happens, like Dan River, we stand up, we do what we need to do, and we take responsibility for it. What I was trying to convey is that those incidents, the Dan River incident and the incidents that witness Whitliff had on that table that was portrayed, when you look at the environmental compliance history for the entire company, that is very strong. But I apologize for my use of that word. You're right. That was not the right word to use.
The other thing I learned as a criminal lawyer for over 40 years is that when somebody gets caught doing something, they probably already got away with a dozen other things. So I don't know how ash has been handled, which raises a question I had for you, Mr. Riley. We're talking about stuff that's been there for years, whether it's handled, mishandled, and obviously there's been environmental regulation that has been broken over and over and over. Why can't the ratepayers receive an interest-free loan?
It's a good question. I go back to, first of all, I believe very strongly in the regulatory compact. The utility serves the customers safely, reliably, and in return, they should be earning a fair return. And you mentioned fairness last week, and I fully believe in the concept of fairness. And so if prudently incurred costs were incurred and they aren't recovered on a timely basis like you would typically O&M expenses, which is within a 12-month period, then there is a financing cost associated with that, debt and equity, and they ought to be reimbursed for that, assuming that the underlying costs were prudently incurred. So that's how I look at it.
I've heard that as far as a lot of pollution, a lot of problems we have, our grandparents created it, that our parents continued it, and now we got to pay for it. And not just me, I'm thinking more of my children, my grandchildren got to pay for it. And I just think at some point, there's got to be total responsibility, and I think this is not total responsibility. I think that what I've heard is a sales pitch, and it affects credibility of what I hear when I hear it in such a strong manner. That's all I have.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Carolee Williams.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Good afternoon. I'm going to ask this question, not sure if you can answer it, but it relates to witness Borden's testimony, and what I want to understand is how, and please correct me if I've misunderstood, but I think what he's saying is that coal ash treatment is associated with the fuel use of coal, which normally does not have, which is normally passed on at cost. How do other states, how do other utilities address that? And perhaps there's another witness I should be asking this of, but if you can take it, please do.
So I think at the heart of his question was if these costs, how you would recover these costs. And there were two buckets that he was looking at. With respect to the environmental compliance costs, I will say that what we are asking for in this case is the compliance costs associated with us, following the federal CCR rules. We're not asking for anything for Dan River or anything that would be, I think in Mr. Borden's testimony, he used the word illegal. We're not asking for anything that we consider to be illegal. We're asking for the costs for those to be compliant with the rules. And to the extent we have to be compliant, I think that is a cost of doing business as an electric utility, because we don't have the ability to say, no, I will not follow the CCR rules. We have to follow their guidelines as they are today in order to adequately address the environmental remediation issues that they have identified in those rulings. Those costs, we have deferred them. They are allocated based on what we call production demand. I believe Commissioner Powers, you asked this question of witness Bednarsik last week. They're allocated based on production demand, which is how the, consistent with how the generating assets themselves are allocated between the jurisdictions. South Carolina is getting about 23% of the total amount related to that. I think other jurisdictions, because we do not have the option to be non-compliant, do deem these as use and useful costs that they've allowed us to recover. For example, we are getting recovery of these costs in North Carolina, consistent with what we're doing here with the spend, defer, recover model. I am most familiar with just what we do for North Carolina. But I will say the treatment is consistent in terms of what we are deferring and coming before the commissions to ask for. And we have been granted that recovery in North Carolina.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question that's more from my understanding. How do you define what is fuel and what is not, like when it becomes an accessory to using that fuel? How, and this is probably well known in the industry, and I just don't know it.
I'll try to answer as best I can, because fuel is not a component in this case. As you all know, we remove fuel, but I think of fuel as the actual what is used to actually generate the power. So the burning of the coal, the burning of the oil, the usage of the nuclear fuel in the reactor. That is fuel to me. The cost that we are incurring after that fuel has been used to comply with a federal law, I don't see that the same as fuel. I see that as an operating item, just like any other expense that we're incurring at the plant to maintain the plants, because that is something that happens at the plant site after the fact.
Are there examples that we're used to in the fuel proceedings that relate to nuclear or any other fuels that are kind of accessory impacts that are not a part of fuel proceedings?
I cannot think of anything, and not being heavily involved in the fuels
I understand
side of
that.
it. I apologize.
Okay.
I don't know.
My reaction to your question, I would liken it more to other environmental costs. So manufactured gas sites or other environmental costs. Costs are, because of the unknown nature of the cost, they're accumulated in many cases, built up, and then sought for recovery and assessed at that time. In some cases, just going back to your earlier question, an amount, although with these types of compliance costs, there has been volatility in the cost, and they've been increased over time with the EPA rules, but there is an amount that's embedded in the depreciation rate to recover at least some amount over time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Are you through?
Yes, I said.
Commissioner Caston?
If I'm hearing everything correctly and understanding the questions correctly, maybe the responses, I think the argument from DCA's side is that in a fuel case, the environmental component or element is included as part of the fuel case. And if that is the case, why would environmental costs related to coal ash be included in the rate case? I believe that's the gist of this. And that being the case, if that is the case, how, and I don't know on the panel who can respond to that or who wants to respond to that, but does that make sense? If environmental costs are included in fuel cases, why should it be included in this case?
Are you asking anyone specific or just to the panel?
Whomever on the panel can answer that or would care to answer that if they feel confident to do so.
Again, I will say I'm not intimately involved in the fuel proceedings. I am not sure that these costs could be passed through the fuel clause currently. That's something that I would need to have some time to look at and see, like, would the fuel clause allow us to pass these types of costs through them? I can't speak to that today, on if that would be even permissible. But again, I would think that what you're talking about, we would still have to assess the reasonableness and prudency of the costs, and having these costs flow through the fuel rider would ultimately just be shifting the cost recovery from one mechanism to another. And a mechanism that, from my perspective, is already subject to volatility with just the movement in the nature of pricing. But again, I'm not sure if that is feasible or not. But again, I think at issue here is that we believe that the costs, they're not currently recovered through the fuel rider. So a base rate case is our mechanism to recover them. And so that's what we've put forth here in this proceeding. And the settlement, we again believe, reaches a position that benefits the customers and all the parties that signed on. Agreed.
All right, so relative to coal and this being coal ash, and I'm not, you said you weren't familiar, but and maybe Ms. Benarsic knows, but relative to the rate case versus the fuel case, coal was, I guess, handled differently. Is that correct, or is that a fair statement, or do you know?
So is your question, how is coal, the cost of coal recovered? It's only in the fuel proceeding, so there's nothing in this case related to the usage of fuel. We back that out totally.
Commissioner Caston, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, please.
Is there anyone who's coming forward from the company next that we should be asking these questions of?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Belzer, I apologize for interrupting. Okay.
Well, it's in your panel. These aren't your witnesses.
I know, but it's not even really directed at the panel. There are answers to these questions. I don't think these witnesses can answer them, but if the chair or the commission would like the answers, we're happy to provide those.
All right, so I'll let y'all talk at the break about who y'all can put up, and not with the commissioners, with the parties, about who can respond to these questions. Thank you. Commissioner Caston.
I have no more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Jiggets, I think this is you, and I know you sponsored a lot of exhibits and a lot of pages with a lot of numbers, and I've gone through and tried to understand what I can. Are there specific accounts under the Uniform System of Accounts which these type of environmental charges go to?
For the amounts that are being deferred, we have set up unique accounts. We've set up, because we have your authorization to defer them, we're recording them to a regulatory asset account. And so they're flowing through.
What if they weren't deferred? Is there something in the the Uniform System of Accounts where these would be booked? And I know that's quite a volume in and of itself. And
I am not sure if there was something that would account sequence specifically in the Uniform System of Accounts. If there was something specific for
would it surprise anybody on the panel to understand that what can go through the fuel statute is basically set by statute? Wouldn't surprise anybody?
me. Wouldn't surprise me.
And I understand we're talking about the return as well, but there's that. Ms. Jiggets, you indicated that the company has been granted recovery of these costs in North Carolina. But is that pursuant to CCR rule, or is that pursuant to North Carolina CAMA statute?
We are recovering coal ash remediation costs. I believe in North Carolina, they would be applicable for the federal CCR and the CAMA proceedings, but
Okay.
witness
You
Bednarzak
say,
could
you think
confirm.
both?
Yes.
Because CAMA is applicable in North Carolina, I believe the costs in North Carolina are reflective of CCR and CAMA. Whereas for here, they're just the federal CCR
So,
component.
so I'm going to clarify that. The costs that we are asking for recovery are to meet both federal and state regulations across the board for all environmental compliance costs.
But you can't really specify which is for which rule and which is for the other, can you?
We can't. And one of the things that I tried to show in my testimony, because there was a lot of question about, is what we are doing to meet CAMA more? Is there anything that's incremental or greater than what would need to meet the federal law? Because they all work together. And what I tried to show in my testimony is that the costs that we are asking for meet the federal rule. And there is nothing that we are asking for that is over and above what would to meet the federal rule. But what we're asking for meets all regulations.
Now, Ms. Bednarzak, you were asked some questions about, boy, that thought just went right out of my head. Well, let me do this. What are other environmental type costs that the utility gets recovery for in rates? Let's not even talk about coal ash. Can you tell me any other environmental type costs that are required by EPA that the company gets recovery for?
I would say beyond compliance, we have to monitor emissions reduction or monitoring operations of the plant. But anything that I would say is in kind of in the same realm as the coal ash recovery remediation. One of them is a type of site that Witness Wiley brought up, manufactured gas plants. Another one would be underground storage tanks. It is anything where there is a release of material through normal operation or historic operation that new environmental requirements require us to address. So those are typical where we have a transformer that may have been hit by a car and leaks. And so we would have to address that soil and clean up of the soil. All of those are environmental type costs that are in the recovery.
And to any of you, how would those environmental type costs be handled? As O&M or deferrals or how?
I believe they would be O&M because anything that we would defer, we would have come to this commission to request.
I'm going to leave alone the transformer that was hit because that's kind of a current issue and it's not something that's built up over time. But I think, Ms. Bednarzak, you said that you said in your response or in your summary that the EPA regulations change over time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I mean, I know they go through a rulemaking, and people are allowed to comment, but for the most part, do EPA restrictions get stricter or more lenient?
Stricter.
Okay. And so even if you've done something and you've planned for it, years later, you might find yourself, or the company might find itself having to do more because more is required at a later date. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Thomas, you had some questions?
Thank you. I'm trying to get my head around a lot of this stuff too. And one of the things that I thought about is coal and the burning of coal to generate electricity. And we have nuclear fuel that's used to generate power, and we have nuclear fuel waste that, from my very, very limited knowledge, is stored on site, much like the coal ash. And it's being done by the company, I'm sure, in accordance with what the rules are now. And that's probably been going on. I can't remember when the first nuclear plant was opened, but at least in the 1970s. And so there's a lot of nuclear fuel waste out there too. And I guess I have two thoughts on that. One, how are the costs associated with the nuclear waste being recovered? Because that's going on all the time. And then what would happen if one or two things happen? Those rules, regulations got much more stiff, or there was some sort of a leak of the nuclear fuel that's being stored, spent nuclear fuel. So I guess my concern is, number one, how are those costs being recovered and that are ongoing? And secondly, what would be the thought or expectation if a problem developed with the spent nuclear fuel? Anybody want to take a stab at that?
So I will give it a shot. I am not familiar with specifically how the details with how nuclear fuel is being recovered. I should be, but I am not. What I will say is I think, as you appropriately mentioned in your question, like, that is something that we have had to deal with probably since the inception of the plants running. And the distinction between that and coal ash that I make is that the request for deferral treatment, which began, I believe, in 2018 or maybe 2013, that was with the onset of rules and costs that had not been contemplated, that were going to have a material impact on the results of the company and its earnings. And so we came forward at that time to ask for deferral treatment of those costs and recognition of the unplanned, unforeseen costs that we were going to have to expend in order to meet the new laws and regulations that came up, which is, I think, a little bit different than what happened with nuclear. I would say that with respect to new rules that come up that could impact what we have to do for nuclear storage, I would say that the same type of analysis would likely have to be prepared to understand what the impact of that compliance cost would be on the company and its earnings, and how material that impact would be, and if we would need to come forward and seek possible deferral remedy for that as well. I think it'll depend on what happens in the future, but as what Ms. Beck-Narcisse has said, like, environmental rules can change, and we'll just have to adapt and respond at that time. But I think that's the distinction that I make sitting here today, is that I believe it's because these costs for environmental remediation came about and were so significant that we sought this deferral treatment. It's what we've been doing with the spend, defer, recover model since that time has allowed us to kind of track these costs, bring them forth for reconsideration, and then recover it over time.
And I don't know if there was a release of a nuclear fuel or release, how that would be addressed. But I will say, anytime that we, like we did with coal ash, like we did with the manufactured gas plants, we go to, I go, because I can't make that determination of how the accounting treatment is appropriate. I go to our accountants. They look through and say, what is the appropriate mechanism based upon what are the characteristics of the event that occurred? And then they look and say what rules and regulations are around at that time, and determination is made.
And Mr. Riley, I'm going to ask you, since this is an accounting concept, and I would assume, or I know that the nuclear fuel costs do go through the fuel case, but there's still those costs that happen on site with the spent nuclear fuel, and I would assume that just goes through elsewhere in the rate case as a normal ongoing operating cost. Do you have any thoughts on that?
They would be treated as part of, however, they treat the decommissioning trust fund and the decommissioning fund and adjustments to the ARO. So that's how I would assume it was treated. It was interesting on your earlier question. I was thinking one major change that had happened around nuclear, and I'm not an expert in this, but you recall the federal government was building the Yucca Mountain site, and everybody was paying into that, and then that was determined that it would never be opened, and so the federal government had to reimburse all the utilities for all the money that they had pitched in. Obviously, that would have had been adjusted for at that time as well, and so things happen, things change, and it needs to be thought through at that time.
And, you know, my concern at a high level is the matching, I think I've mentioned this in questions before, the people that use that electricity are no longer around that was generated with that coal. And I don't know, my concern is it seems like there's a never-ending list of what customers can end up being responsible for. It's a concern. I don't know what the answer is.
That's a never-ending issue that all utilities deal with, and decades from now, they'll still be dealing with those types of issues.
I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Commissioners, further questions? Redirect.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Just a few. Starting from the back with Commissioner questions. Let me ask you first, Ms. Jiggets, I think this is probably for you, but am I correct, or can you tell the Commission the cost that's being sought for recovery in this case related to environmental compliance, were those costs deferred pursuant to prior order of the Commission?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And was the result of that deferral is that there are costs, is the result of that deferral that there are costs that were supposed to come to this case in a base rate case to be recovered?
Yes.
Now, I believe that Chair Belzer asked you this question, but I just want to make sure it's clear because I wasn't exactly sure of your answer. Is the fuel statute prescriptive in nature in terms of what you can recover through fuel?
I believe that it is.
And there are costs, and I believe Commissioner Thompson asked you about certain nuclear costs, but there are costs that are recovered in base rates. The decommissioning cost of nuclear, but also dry gas storage is another example of a cost that's recovered. Is that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, these costs, the environmental costs that we were talking about in this case, I mean, one of the things that I don't want to get lost for the Commission, I think you got a number of questions around the accounting treatment. Mr. Rowley, can you explain to me how an ARO works?
An ARO is a legal obligation based on regulations that is identified is, in its simplest terms, because it's a legal obligation, it has to be recorded as a liability on the company's balance sheet through estimation process, depending on the nature of the cost, with an offsetting what's called an asset retirement cost. And that asset retirement cost would be amortized into the income statement over the life of that asset retirement cost. So that's an asset and a liability. And those are all non-cash. And then when that obligation is satisfied through the settlement of that retirement obligation, that obligation will be removed from the balance sheet through the expenditures, cash expenditures to settle that obligation.
Okay, and am I correct that coal ash basin closure costs that we're talking about in this case, those are those AROs?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were asked some other questions regarding fuel, and in terms of fuel recovery, isn't fuel recovery a 1 year recovery period? It's recovered within 1 year? Is that why there's no return on it?
I'm not familiar with how it works specifically in South Carolina, but traditionally, fuel recovery riders or trackers are recovered quickly on call it a short-term basis, and if it's a short-term basis, then it would not get a return.
Okay, Ms. Jiggets, do you want to answer that? Do you have more specificity around that?
Yes, it is an annual update and subject to an annual rider.
Okay. Ms. Jiggins, can you tell me what the company's actually adjusted ROE was during the test year?
Yes, it was.
Madam Chair, I'm actually going to object to this. I don't think there's any questions about ROE. I don't see the relevance of this on redirect.
I believe I heard.
I'm gonna allow it because I want her to tell me that, to refer to her, exhibit, so I know where that is too, just because I'm kinda lost on a lot of those pages.
So our adjusted ROE, I'm going to refer to Jiggets Exhibit 1 that was included as Attachment A to the settlement agreement. Before our proposed revenue increase per the settlement, our adjusted ROE was 4.91%.
Now, can you tell me what that means, Mr. Riley, with respect to the company's investors?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Could you tell me that sort of that return? What does that mean to companies? How would investors feel about that level of return in light of what the company's authorized?
The actual return?
Yeah, yes, the ROE during the test year.
I'm sorry, they would look at the situation very skeptically and say, why is this occurring? Is it the company's operations? Is it a challenging regulatory environment where the utility doesn't really have a chance to earn its allowed return? But questions will be raised, and when you start to think about the level of risk that an investor would start to feel, they would have a heightened, or they would have a higher expectation of ROE than, call it, the general average for the country.
Okay, and I think you were asked a number of questions, Mr. Hall, regarding, whether or not deferrals encourage or discourage rate cases. And is it fair to say that deferrals are cash negative?
Yes.
Okay. And DEC doesn't recover any deferred costs until it comes in for a rate case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you a few questions, and these may be for Ms. Bedarsic primarily. You were asked some questions earlier about the company's compliance. And I want to, if you could tell me, ash basins have a long history. Is that true? Is that correct?
Yes.
Were ash basins at one time considered to, in fact, be the method for compliance for water?
Yes.
Clean water. Okay. And that has the knowledge of ash basins, is it fair to say the knowledge of ash basins and how they've been regulated has evolved over that period of time since they've first gone into service?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were asked some questions about how the company could say that it has been very strong in its compliance. Do you recall those from Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, historically, as the understanding of ash basins has evolved over time, what proactive steps has the company taken throughout that period that demonstrate, to your point, that the company has had a strong regulatory history?
So even starting in the late 1970s, early 1980s, the company has worked with EPA, worked with regulatory agencies, worked with EPRI to do volunteer testing around our ash basins, and provided information that ended up informing and new regulations that was occurring that came about in states and federal. Also, have to check the years, but around 10 years before we were required to do groundwater sampling by the states around our coal ash basins. I think it was around 2000 or 2005, we started doing volunteer groundwater collection around our ash basins and providing that to the agencies. We weren't required to do that as part of our permits until around 2011. So we worked with the agencies, we collected information, we proactively went out and looked and said, are there things going on around these basins that need to be addressed, and then worked, of course, with our agencies in partnership to figure out what does the data tell us and where do we need to go? And then the regulatory agencies took that information, utilized it in making new laws, new regulations, or modifications to our permits.
Have some of the progressive steps that the company has taken in terms of understanding its ash basins and groundwater factored into, major events in terms of how ash basins are considered, like the 1988 report? Does the Allen plant factor into that report, which is one of those monumental moments for ash basins?
There are a number of reports that I believe Witness Williams discussed that Duke Energy DEC data was utilized and provided to EPA and utilized in those reports the EPA put out in the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s.
And is it my understanding, would you correct me if I'm wrong, is it only in the 2000s or the 2000 determination did we really understand that the EPA be working towards a rule to regulate ash basins under subtitle D of RCRA? Is that right?
It was in 2000 when EPA said we are going to be working towards a rule that will address coal ash basins.
Okay, and I think as you mentioned, the company was progressive throughout the 2000s with groundwater monitoring and other steps that weren't required by the law, correct?
Yes, and we worked with our state regulators and provided that information to our state regulators, and when requested, provided it to US EPA.
And so is it fair to say that when you take a snapshot at time and you see exceedances or, a consent decree, are those all just natural things that might occur as regulations evolve with something like ash basins?
So they are standard templates, standard means and methods that we use with our regulatory agencies to provide some clarity for the utility and for the regulatory agency to be able to move forward with actions that are needed to address impacts that might be as a result of operations.
Okay. And not that I've heard this answer before, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. In this case, when we think about the plea agreement that was mentioned by Commissioner Powers and by Mr. Hall, none of the costs related to anything with that incident, either permanent water supplies, fines, or penalties, none of that is in this case.
It's not in this case.
Okay. Are other utilities across the country required to comply with the CCR federal rule?
Yes, any utility that has coal ash basins has to assess and address as appropriate under the federal CCR rule.
And I think Mr. Hall asked you about the location standards and ash in contact with groundwater, and that's the fundamental first step to having it close. Is that right, making that determination?
So there are those criteria. One was, as Mr. Hall mentioned, wetlands. One is the separation between the bottom of the basin and the seasonal high groundwater level. Another one is seismic. So there are a number of requirements that have to be evaluated to determine if a basin needs to be closed under the CCR rule.
Okay, and am I correct that Duke's not alone when you think about the number of utilities in the country that are having to close their basin because they meet the criteria set out in the CCR rule?
That we are not alone.
Okay. And indeed, there are utilities in South Carolina, there's utilities in Georgia, there's utilities all across the Southeast, all across the country that have operated coal plants that are having to close. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that those utilities are generally, where they are regulated utilities, are seeking cost recovery for those expenditures?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And there have been rate cases in North Carolina, South Carolina since the events that were talked about earlier in terms of plea agreement otherwise. Since that occurred, there have been rate cases here and in North Carolina. Is that right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that the discussion of those prior events, which was the blip in time that we're talking about, that has already been vetted out before this commission and the North Carolina Commission previously.
Yes.
Okay. Now, to confirm, no witness in this case, there have been adverse witnesses to coal ash in this case, but no witness in this case has identified a dollar sought for recovery by the company that's linked to those fines. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, just to recount, the DCA witness Borden, he didn't provide an opinion on whether coal ash removal costs have been prudently incurred, did he?
He did not.
Okay. Does he provide an opinion on whether DEC's actions have been compliant with state and federal requirements?
Not the current actions for what we are asking for recovery on.
Okay. And can you restate for me your expert opinion on whether the cost sought for recovery by the company in this case has been prudently incurred?
Yes, it has.
Now, Mr. Riley, you mentioned the regulatory compact, I think, in response to either questions from Mr. Hall or questions from commissioners. And is it part of the regulatory compact that prudently incurred costs are recoverable?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you'd expect where there were prudently incurred costs that they would be indeed recoverable?
I would.
Okay. Chair Belzer, if you just give me a second to see if I've got anything else. So, Mr. Raleigh, you testified regarding the proper treatment for a deferral and whether or not a return should be paid on a deferral. Is that
I did.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
And you responded to some questions from commissioners on that as well.
Yes.
Can you explain for me again why it's important that the deferral, the ARO deferral of coal ash compliance costs should get a full weighted, should under typical term, not put the settlement aside, but we get a return, but in your testimony, you talk about a WAC return.
Just to clarify a question, get the ARO is the retirement obligation.
Yes.
Once the cost, the actual expenditures have been incurred, and assuming that they're prudently incurred, then they would be sought for recovery. And to the extent that they're deferred for recovery into the future, the company is out-of-pocket cash at that point in time when the actual compliance effort occurs. And so, because it's being recovered in the future, there's a cost associated with that expenditure and a cost associated with carrying that asset, that receivable, on the books for a period of time. And we'll call that cost is a financing cost. There's a debt component and an equity component because the money's coming from both creditors and investors. And therefore, going back to this concept of fairness, to the extent that the utility has prudently incurred costs and is waiting to collect those costs in the future, it should recover a full WAC to pay back its investors and creditors for the cost of their financing.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Chair Belzer, I have 1 second. Yeah. Just to confirm, though, the company supports the settlement agreement, which is less than a full WAC return. Is that correct?
That's my understanding,
okay.
Yes.
Chair Belzer, that's all the redirect I have.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your patience.
Thank you. Anything further for this panel? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming back and appearing with us today. We appreciate your testimony, and you may stand down. And we're going to take a little over a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 4:45. That's about 13 minutes. Thank you. We're at ease. We are back from our recess and will continue in our hearing in dockets number 2023-388E and 2023-403E. Let's see. We have in the hearing room Vice Chair Powers, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Carolee Williams, Chair Belser, and with us virtually we have Commissioner Caston. And we are ready for our next panel.
Chair, as you can see, that we understand the assignment, and our next panel is ready and raring to go. We have Mr. Brent Guyton, Ms. Janice Hager, and Mr. Bennett Fogg.
Okay. It's a different day, so I'm going to ask that the court reporter swear y'all in, please.
Mr. Guyton, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Hager, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Fogg, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Melissa New on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas. Mr. Guyton, starting with you, are you the same Mr. Brent Guyton who previously provided direct testimony in this case?
I am.
Okay. And Ms. Hager, with you next, are you the same Janice Hager who also previously provided direct testimony in this proceeding?
I am.
Okay. And Mr. Bennett Fogg, are you the same Mr. Bennett Fogg that previously provided direct testimony?
I am.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Guyton, have you prepared rebuttal testimony consisting of 41 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on April 22nd, 2024 in this docket?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do have three. On page 5, lines 20 through 21, strike the phrase "in South Carolina." On page 21, line 12, add the phrase "inside the right-of-way" after the words "by vegetation." And on page 28, line 5, change 1% to 1.0.
Okay, and with those corrections, if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. Chair Belser, at this time I move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Guyton be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Guyton's pre-filed rebuttal testimony as amended from the stand will be entered into the record as if testified to from the stand.
And Mr. Fogg, on April 22nd of 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 31 pages?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do. I have 4 changes. On page 4, line 4, change tables to table. Page 4, line 9, change for to from. Page 7, line 10, change these, spelled T-H-E-S, to these, T-H-E-S-E. And page 29, line 5, change recommends to recommendations.
Okay, with those corrections, if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay, Chair Belser, at this time I move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Fogg be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Fogg's pre-filed rebuttal testimony as amended from the stand will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
And Ms. Hager, on April 22nd, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 15 pages?
I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Okay. Chair Belser, at this time I move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Ms. Hager be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Ms. Hager's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
Okay. And have you all prepared summaries of your rebuttal testimonies?
Yes.
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 All right. Would you please provide the summary of your testimony starting with Mr. Guyton?
Chair Belser and members of the Commission, in my rebuttal testimony, I respond to distribution-related recommendations regarding DEC's base case and grid improvement plan investments made by South Carolina Department of Consumer Affairs, witness Eric Borden. In response to witness Borden's recommendation to disallow 100% of the targeted undergrounding cost, I explained that the company has taken a very selective and conservative approach to targeted undergrounding, implementing that program where there is not another viable long-term solution that will adequately address the outage causes. Nevertheless, my understanding is that as part of the settlement, the company has agreed to a disallowance of $2.5 million of targeted underground costs, even though the Department of Consumer Affairs is the only party that is not joined in the settlement and the only party recommending a disallowance of targeted undergrounding costs. I further emphasize that the company's self-optimizing grid is in the early stages of deployment and that the reliability benefits of this program will manifest even greater reliability benefits as we continue to install this technology on a higher percentage of the grid, aiming for 80% of the DEC South Carolina customers by 2030. I respond to Witness Borden's recommendation that 95% of the costs of self-optimizing grid investments should be allocated to the commercial and industrial classes, explaining that the highest count of customers on those circuits are residential customers who receive the majority of the saved customer interruptions and customer minutes interrupted benefits. Finally, in response to Witness Borden's recommendation to perform cost-benefit analyses using actual costs after the work is completed, I explained that the company's cost-benefit analyses are based on estimated costs performed in advance of the work completed to determine whether or not it is appropriate for the company to move forward in executing that work. This concludes my summary.
Thank you. And next, Mr. Falk, will you please read your summary?
Chair Belzer and members of the commission, my rebuttal testimony explains the importance of each of the company's grid improvement plan transmission programs and how they protect, modernize, and optimize the grid to make it more resilient and better able to withstand the impact of the current trends impacting our system, such as severe weather and cyber and physical security attacks. While I filed rebuttal testimony in this case supporting the continuation of the deferral of the company's grid improvement plan transmission program costs, my understanding is that the parties, with the exception of the Department of Consumer Affairs, have agreed that if the stipulation is approved by this commission, the company will discontinue deferring the grid improvement plan costs on August 1st, 2024. I further understand that the proposed settlement is comprehensive and includes agreement on many issues, not just deferred costs, and represents a give and take required to reach a compromise acceptable to the parties. This concludes my summary.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Ms. Hager, would you go ahead and read your summary, please?
Good afternoon, Chair Belzer and members of the Commission. In my rebuttal testimony, I address issues raised regarding DEC's method for allocation of production and transmission demand-related costs and South Carolina Department of Consumer Affairs witness Eric Borden's recommendation regarding an alternative allocation for costs related to the self-optimizing grid projects. With respect to witness Borden's recommendations, the company continues to believe allocating self-optimizing grid project cost using the same cost allocation principles applied to other investments in the same FERC accounts is appropriate. I strongly disagree with witness Borden's opinion that allocating on the basis of benefits is consistent with cost causation principles. While cost-benefit analyses can be appropriate at the system level, attempting to allocate any investment cost for rate-making purposes based on perceived benefits realized by customers as differentiated by cost causation to the utility is likely to be very subjective and thus controversial. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. Chair Belzer, at this time, the panel is available for cross-examination from the other parties and questioning by the Commission.
Thank you, Ms. New. Mr. Hall, you look ready to go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Guyton. I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
Actually, let me get myself a little bit better organized. Sorry. So, in your direct testimony, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay.
A page in line.
On page 2 of your direct. And really, I think this is something I just summarized, but you state that your duties and responsibilities include planning for grid and related system improvement efforts across Duke and the Carolinas to provide to build a smart thinking grid capable of integrating dynamic energy resources while providing increasingly safe, secure, and reliable energy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have an engineering degree, is that right?
I do.
So you're also testifying as a witness supporting ongoing distribution investments, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You're testifying regarding ongoing distribution investments?
That is correct.
Okay. And so would it be correct to classify your testimony as engineering-based?
Engineering and operations based, yes.
Okay, and you're not a policy expert?
I am not.
Okay. And then on page 6, line 7 to 9, you state DEC has spent $1.2 billion on distribution infrastructure since its last rate case. And of that $1.2 billion, $291 million are related to the Grid Improvement Plan distribution assets. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it correct to say that despite these investments, page 13 of your directed testimony indicates that SAIDI and SAFE, which I think have been defined, have actually worsened since 2019?
That is correct, and I've spoken to the causes for that and actions we're taking.
Okay. And is it correct? Actually, let me just put this on the screen if I can find it. So make sure I have a color version. Sure I've got the right figures here. And these are the figures that I was referring to, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And as it indicates here, it does say that the blue lines include all outage causes and the orange lines exclude hotline, tag outages, and vehicle accidents. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so it's gotten worse, including and excluding hotline, tag outages, and vehicle accidents.
That is correct. And as I spoke last week, there's also an impact from near MED or major event day impacts as well.
And Mr. Borden, let me take this down now, thank you. Mr. Borden criticized the company for not providing an alternative analysis to undergrounding, is that right?
He did.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony on page 20, starting at line 19, going into page 21, you respond to Mr. Borden's criticisms. I'll give you a second, sorry.
You said page 20?
Yes, sir. Looking at page 20, line 19, going into page 21. Just generally on those pages, would you say you kind of respond to Mr. Borden's criticisms?
Yes, about the fact that the solutions or alternatives he proposes or speaks to will not solve the problem we're trying to solve for these customers.
Okay. And on those pages, you also mention the company did consider alternatives but found them not to be viable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you help assist with any discovery responses in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you one. Give you a second to read it. I'll say this is our discovery request 2-35. You see there it says, please provide an analysis showing the alternatives considered where undergrounding was chosen. Please include the cost-benefit analysis. And so would you agree that in the response, the company said it did not perform an alternative analysis to undergrounding?
So what that speaks to is a CBA is meant to determine if specifically in the grid improvement plan, if a program is valid to proceed. So it's looking at, is it an appropriate tool in our toolbox to solve problems for customers? What the response is that we don't do a CBA on an alternative that doesn't solve the problems. And that's the response. So an example I would give you is we have in the grid improvement plan hardening and resiliency laterals, which is overhead hardening. But for the areas that we deploy targeted underground, that will not solve the customer's problems. Therefore, we don't do a CBA on an alternative that's not viable.
But you would agree again, the answer to the discovery was that the company does not perform an alternative analysis to undergrounding.
That's what it says, and I just explained what that meant.
Okay, thank you. So in your testimony, you talk fairly often about an increase in vehicle accidents since the COVID pandemic. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to look at page 31, lines 10 to 11 of your rebuttal.
You said page 31 and the lines again?
Excuse me, lines 10 to 11.
Correct, I've got it.
Here it's basically the sentence I was just reading. The company has also experienced an increase in volume of traffic accidents vehicle accidents since the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And you have a footnote there that cites to a national study from 2021 conducted by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Does that sound right?
That is correct. That's what the reference is.
Okay. Does that report contain any data from South Carolina?
I'm aware of the report. I don't know if it has specific data for South Carolina.
Would it surprise you that we reviewed it and it does not contain any data for South Carolina?
Are you saying that it excludes data from South Carolina, or you can't determine if it has South Carolina data in it?
The report, to our knowledge, does not mention South Carolina specifically regarding increased vehicle accidents.
It doesn't surprise me for national studies, but I would say that South Carolina sees some of the same issues as other areas.
Okay. And so does the company have its own data regarding increase in vehicle accidents?
So what we do have is when we have an outage, it is coded by the line technicians of what caused the outage. And public interference and vehicle accidents is one of the causes that's noted in the outage comments. So yes, we can see the impact of public accidents in DEC, South Carolina, as well as our other territories across the enterprise.
But your testimony citing an increase in vehicle accidents doesn't use company-specific data, does it?
Not in that reference, no. It's to point out that this is a broader issue. This is not something unique to South Carolina. We see this across the board.
You didn't think South Carolina-specific data would be better for the commission to consider in support of Duke's request?
I think to explain I'll call it the phenomena of increase of public vehicle accidents is not unique to South Carolina, but we see that with our data for DEC, South Carolina. And the graphs that previously show that.
They show the vehicle accidents?
They show the increase or the impact of reliability, of vehicle accidents on reliability.
Okay. Well, again, we're just assuming that there are vehicle accidents based on your testimony in a national study that doesn't mention South Carolina. Is that right?
Yeah, my testimony under oath, yes.
Okay. So in your direct page 19, you discuss that much of the benefits of the grid improvement plan programs are comprised of an increased reliability and resiliency of DEC's grid. Does that sound right?
Can you give me the page again?
I'm sorry, direct page 19.
And a line?
I'm sorry, I didn't have a line. Does that just sound right, though, that much of the benefits of the grid improvement plan programs are comprised of an increased reliability and resiliency?
That's correct. Globally, yes.
And I'm going to show you in your rebuttal, page 4. You provide these definitions.
That is correct.
Okay. And would you mind reading those for me?
What page was that again? I'll read it from
rebuttal page 4.
Starting on line 6.
Starting with the definition of resiliency, reliability, or reliability and resiliency.
Okay, line 6, reliability is the ability of the system and its components to withstand instability and failures during routine or reasonably expected events. Resiliency is the ability of the system and its components to recover following a non-routine, high-impact disruption
Would it be correct to say that reliability and resiliency are interconnected concepts?
They are related.
Would it be correct to say that as reliability improves, so should resiliency?
In some cases, yes, but in some cases, no. You could have, so reliability is around normal activities and impacts as the definition describes. You could have a system that performs well with normal routine events, but is incapable of withstanding a high impact event such as a major event or a major storm from that perspective. So they are typically related, but you can have the opposite effect depending on how the system's constructed and maintained.
Is it correct that resiliency can be captured by traditional metrics like reliability metrics?
No, there is ongoing analysis with IEEE to look at what resiliency metrics may look like, but I am not aware of any industry standard metrics for resiliency. Those are under development at this time.
So let's take out the reliability metrics. Could resiliency be captured by traditional metrics?
Such as?
Well, I'm just asking, you said things are under being developed to.
That is part of an IEEE working group, yes.
Okay. So, and again, you're the engineer, so I guess when I ask you, you said resiliency metrics are being developed. So metrics that have already been developed, could resiliency be captured by metrics that are already developed?
I don't think accurately. That's the whole point of developing a different set of metrics. IEEE recognizes that traditional metrics are not the best indicator of what resiliency should be and how to measure that. And therefore, they're in the process with working groups of developing what that would look like. I am not part of that working group, so I don't know the details, but that's the whole point, is traditional metrics do not do a good job of capturing resiliency.
And we may not be disagreeing, but I want to show you something. You, for your definition of resiliency and reliability, I believe, did you cite to T.J. Galloway's comments at the North American Transmission Forum?
Can you point me to where you're seeing that reference?
Let's see. I believe it was back on page 4 of your rebuttal. Let me just make sure that's right. Let's see. Footnote 3, right after the definition of resiliency.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. I want to show you what I believe are those comments. So July 31st, 2018. So I believe you can see here, these are Mr. Galloway's comments from July 31st, 2018. Does that look right?
Yes. From what I can see, yes.
Okay. And then on page 3, of Mr. Galloway's comments, he states here, highlighted, lastly, resiliency performance improvements can be measured after implementation through traditional metrics, such as FPL's reduction in average customer outage times. However, added measures are likely needed to proactively understand system resiliency and any important gaps. So would you agree that the source of your definitions said that reliability performance improvements can be measured after implementation through traditional metrics?
And it says, however, added measures are likely needed to proactively understand system resiliency and any important gaps. He recognizes and points out that they're not appropriate to do that.
And I understand. That's why I'm saying I think we might be close to the same page, but you said, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that resiliency could not be measured with traditional metrics and that they're developing metrics. Is that not right?
That's correct. Not effectively, and that's what Galloway says. That, however, added measures are likely needed to proactively understand system resiliency and any important gaps.
Okay. I won't argue with you again. We can agree that he first part of the sentence does say resiliency performance improvements can be measured after implementation through traditional metrics. Yes or no?
An
They can be
objection
measured, but
has
it's
been
not a
asked and answered.
I'm not sure that I got a clear answer, but
Go ahead and answer.
It says what it says, and it says that reliability, that you can't effectively measure resiliency without added measures. That's what it says.
thank you. Would SADI and SAFE help show any resiliency? The SADI and SAFE numbers help show any resiliency improvement or lack of improvement?
Not directly. They are very good at predicting reliability, but resiliency, as far as drawing a conclusion specifically about that, as just pointed out with that reference to Galloway, that's tough to do. They are very good at reliability. That's why additional metrics are needed for resiliency.
Is the grid improvement plan focused on reliability or resiliency?
It's focused on both, but it's also more broadly focused, and this is one of the concerns I have with some of the testimony, is it's intended to address the mega trends, which reliability and resiliency are part of, but there are things such as physical and cybersecurity and other much more broader things. It's not limited to reliability.
Okay, and in your testimony, you cite to J. Oliver in 2018 in the 2018 DEC case. Does that sound right?
Can you point to that?
Let's see. I know there's a reference on page 18, lines 5 to 6.
Rebuttal or direct?
Believe it's direct, but I can try to confirm for you. Yeah, them both in front of you.
Is page 18 direct?
Try that one first, please. If you don't see it on page 18, line 5 to 6,
No,
direct?
I see it. I'm looking at it.
Okay. And do you know who Jay Oliver is?
I do.
Who is Jay Oliver?
He's an employee at Duke Energy, formerly a witness in rate case testimony.
Okay, and he did testify in the 2018 case regarding the grid improvement plan?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, was he the general manager, grid solutions engineering and technology? Does that sound right?
He worked in grid solutions. I don't remember his exact job title.
Was the 2018 case the first Duke case in South Carolina that pitched the grid improvement plan?
Subject to check, I believe it was.
Okay. And that case ultimately, if I recall from reading, the grid improvement plan was pulled out of that case, and there was a new docket open. Does that sound right?
I do not recall. I was not involved in that case.
Okay. I'm going to show you Mr. Oliver's testimony from that case. Again, this is submit with a stamp on the side. Was filed in docket 2018-319E on November 8th, 2018. Could you read starting at line 5 for me?
The grid improvement plan, the grid improvement plan is about making smart choices now to make the state's energy grid more reliable, more secure, and ready for the energy opportunities that lie ahead. Just as the past decade modernized the way Duke Energy generates electricity, the years ahead will transform the way we deliver electricity and serve our customers. With each improvement, we can improve the overall reliability of the grid and enhance service for every customer, regardless of the type of customer and where they are located.
Thank you. So is it fair to say that the company pitched the grid improvement plan as improving reliability in the 2018 case?
That was one component, yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you that in his direct testimony he used a form of the word resilient or resiliency twice and reliability 42 times?
I'm not aware of his testimony and how it reads.
Let's show you another page, this time from his rebuttal testimony from the same case.
exception. I think he needs to put that in front of the witness if he's going to ask him questions about it. Mr. Guyton already testified that he wasn't involved in that case.
And I understand Mr. Has cited to Mr. Oliver's testimony from the past in support of his current testimony, and it's a document that's been filed with the commission.
Do you have a copy that you can hand him just to let him see?
Let me see if I do.
Is that doable?
I'm not sure I have an extra, but I can let him read mine if that's okay.
If that would help, I mean, to show just one or two lines, he needs to just kind of see the context around the lines you're pointing to.
We would object if he's not able to give him the entire testimony. I mean, he's taken one page out of context. Mr. Oliver is not a witness in this case. He's not here to be cross-examined.
I believe the commission, if nothing else, can take judicial notice of Duke's prior testimony, but it is definitely relevant to.
Let him look at it and see if he can answer a question. If not, that'll be the.
So I'm, with this one page, I cannot even see the question that this answer responds to.
Okay. Do you have the other part? With the question that the answer?
I believe I do. I believe I do.
So I've read the question and witness Oliver's response.
Okay. So I ask again, I'm looking at page 15 of that rebuttal, line 6, and Mr. Oliver states, if the company does not have a reasonable and prudent reason for work not delivering the value it is supposed to, the company is subject to a disallowance for the cost of that work. The work to be performed in the grid improvement plan is no different. If customers do not get the value they pay for under the plan, the company remains at risk for a prudence disallowance unless the company can provide a reasonable and prudent reasons as to why they did not.
Chair Belser, again, we'd object. If he's offering this for judicial notice, the purpose is not correct to impeach a witness. That's what I would argue. And Mr. Oliver, again, is not here to testify to what he said in that case.
I'm going to let him answer if he can.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear a question.
Well, first, was that an accurate reading of what Mr. Oliver said in 2018?
Of lines 6 through 11, but not the entire response.
Sure. And does the company still believe that if customers do not get the value that they pay for under the plan, the company would remain at risk for a prudence disallowance?
We need to show prudence in everything we do.
Do you need to show value to the customers?
If there's a value proposition in it, if it's prudent work that we need to do maybe for compliance, that may not have a direct value for a customer, but prudency is the test.
And as part of prudency, what Mr. Oliver said, that customers getting the value they pay for under the plan.
It's got to be prudent to be allowed for recovery.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Guy. I believe I have a few for Mr. Fogg. And Madam Chair, I would ask the commission to take notice of Mr. Oliver's direct and rebuttal testimony from docket 2018-319E.
Any response? The entire testimony?
Yes, we would ask that you have the entire,
No.
yes, we would object to the entire testimony being entered in if it hasn't been presented here.
It's not being entered, it's judicial notice.
We would object to it for impeachment purposes.
I don't know that it was offered for impeachment, but subject to objection, we'll take judicial notice and give it what, if any, weight the commission deems appropriate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was not trying to impeach Mr. Guyton. I just did want to make sure that their positions are the same as they were in 2018, and I believe they are, based on his answers. Okay, Mr. Fogg, I'm looking at starting with your rebuttal, page 6 and 7. Are you there?
I'm there.
Okay, thanks. And here you discussed the commission's decision in docket 2019-233A. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you specifically addressed order 2023-38. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a little bit further down in that, go on the bottom of page 6, going to 7, you state the ORS views the commission's order as a two-pronged test, but that is not the way I read the order or the advice I've received from my counsel. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so I presume from that statement you have read the order?
I'm familiar with the order.
Okay. I'm going to show you part of it. Specifically, this is section 6 commission decision. And just looking at this,
Mr. Hall, can you give us the page, scan up to the page number for me? Let me just see where we are.
Page 11.
Thank you.
And so here we see some of the commission's decision in that order. Is that correct?
You're referring to the section 6 stating commission decision?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay. And did those look familiar to you? You had said you were familiar with it and had read some of it. Does this look right?
It does.
Okay. And if you see here on letter D, it is clear that the commission clearly states it accepts ORS's two-pronged test. Is that right?
I would ask that he show the entirety of subsection D for the witness.
Mr. Hall, do you have the order that you can show him?
The Elmo, I assumed if it was referenced in his testimony that he was familiar with it. Right now, I was only going to ask him about this question. I mean, about this section. I may have a copy I can provide him though. Would that help you refresh your memory about whether the commission accepted the ORS's two-prong test?
I see what you have posted here.
Okay.
Section D, commission accepts ORS's recommended two-prong test.
Okay. And if you need the rest of the order, please let me know. But right now, that's the only question, the only section I was going to ask you about.
Yeah, I would ask that he be presented the entire order if he's going to be asked about questions on it.
Do you have the order, Mr.
I
Hall?
do. Does that look like the official order?
Just 1 second, please. This is the official order, but I would also call attention to Section E, where there are additional considerations which are offered when requesting a deferral accounting order. So there are 8 technical questions that that are considered. Three of those questions are technical questions, which I address in my rebuttal. That also addresses the request for a deferring order. So I took into consideration the 2-prong test as well as 3 additional questions as stated in Section E.
I appreciate it, and you got a little bit ahead of me, but that's fine. So just to be clear, the commission clearly states it accepts ORS's 2-prong test in letter D, correct?
That's what it reads.
Okay. And I was going to ask you about your statement in your testimony that said that is not the way you read the order or the advice I have received from my counsel. So I take it from what you've said, you or your counsel have determined that E must be read in conjunction with D. Is that your testimony?
It is total consideration in terms of deferral does not stop at just the 2-prong test. Okay. It also considers the 8 questions referred to in Section E. That's the way I'm testifying.
Is that the way you read it, or is that the way your counsel read it?
No, that's the way I read it.
Okay, thank you. So on page 21 of your rebuttal, and I'm sorry I don't have a page number for this, a line number for this one, but you state the company has approximately 1,500 transformers that are over 60 years old or older. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
And would that mean at 60 years old, would it be correct to say that those are nearing the end of their life?
It would be correct to say that those transformers have extended past their service life. Service life of transformers is typically 40 years.
So that the general lifespan, service life of a transformer is 40 years. And you're talking about 1,500 that are over 60. Am I hearing that right?
Correct.
Okay. And to deliver power, the company has to routinely replace aging transformers, correct?
To deliver power, could you state that question one more time, please?
Yeah, in order to provide power to customers, the company would have to routinely replace aging transformers, right?
I don't necessarily agree with the word routinely. You know, we have a condition-based program, and part of the reason that these transformers have extended their life because we do a good job at our condition-based program to extend the life. So when we see that there's a need to replace a transformer, regardless of the age, then we attack that need and replace the transformer. So I wouldn't classify it as routinely. I would say that when the need arises, we do it.
When any transformer exceeds its useful life, it needs to be replaced, right?
As I just stated, that we have 1,500 transformers that have already exceeded the 40-year life. So not necessarily at that point in time, but when we assess the condition and deem that the transformer needs to be replaced, then we replace it. Not any transformer.
Okay. So I'm going to show you that page 21. I apologize. I guess I could have put that up earlier. And so the top highlighted part, again, this is page 21 of your rebuttal testimony. It states the company currently has approximately 1,500 transformers in its installed fleet that are 60 years or older, correct?
That's correct.
And then the second highlighted part says the grid improvement plan provides an avenue for the company to replace the aging fleet of transformers more aggressively. Is that right?
That's correct. That's what it reads.
Okay. An acceleration of normal practices is the primary goal of the grid improvement plan, isn't it?
Can you clarify what you mean by normal practices? I just described that. I didn't think that these were routine. Sounds like you're trying to go back to routine. What do you mean by normal practices?
Again, as you assess the age of transformers and their functionality, they need to be replaced, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this quote that I just read of yours says the grid improvement plan provides an avenue for the company to replace the aging fleet of transformers more aggressively, right?
Correct.
So would you say the acceleration of the normal practice of replacing transformers is one of the primary goals of the grid improvement plan?
I would characterize it as we have 1,500 transformers that are 60 years or older. We've done a good job of taking care of these transformers. That's why we've extended a life. We need to increase the pace and volume of replacing these transformers because they were installed, they're about the same age, they were installed at a certain amount of time. So we're hitting what I would call a bow wave of these transformers, and a lot of them are stacking up, you know, sort of the gift and the curse of our condition assessment program. We've done such a good job with it that now we've got a lot of transformers that are stacking up around a similar age. And so if we don't increase the pace and volume, we may find ourselves with increased failure rates.
Fair enough. And you didn't like my word normal. So let me ask you, would you say there's anything unusual about replacing a transformer?
No.
Nothing particularly extraordinary about replacing a transformer?
It is extraordinary to have such a large amount of those type of transformers, again, due to the way we've taken care of them in the past. So it is extraordinary for that amount of transformers.
And I think this is going to just kind of reiterate what you're telling me, but let's make sure I understand. I'm looking at page 7 of your rebuttal, line 10.
I'm there.
And you say the trends are driving the need for the grid improvement plan programs, and the continuation of the accounting treatment is necessary for DEC to invest in these improvements at a more accelerated pace and scale than would otherwise be possible absent an accounting order to improve the resiliency of the grid. Is that right?
That's correct.
So again, we had earlier we read that you were replacing transformers more aggressively, and now here it's the grid improvement is going to help you do it at a more accelerated pace and scale. Is that right?
Ask that question again, please.
So earlier we read a line from your testimony that the grid improvement plan provides an avenue to replace transformers more aggressively. And here you're saying it allows it at a more accelerated pace. Is that right?
Let me add some context. I'm not quite sure how you're asking that question, but let me add some context. 1,500 transformers, 60 years or older. Right now, our transformer failure rates are roughly, for transmission to transmission transformers, are roughly 0.3% for over the past 5 years. For transmission to distribution transformers are roughly 0.14%. For transmission to transmission transformers, we are better than industry average. Industry average is around 0.72 to 0.87% for transmission to transmission transformers. Industry average for transmission to distribution transformers, roughly 0.23 to 0.72%. So we're better than industry there. That's because of how we've taken care of our programs. Now, because of the large amount of transformers that we have, we need to strategically, aggressively replace the transformers, or those failure rates that we've experienced, customers in South Carolina have experienced low failure rates, they will increase. That's the context of what I'm saying here.
And but you understand the company is asking for additional costs for customers to pay and the carrying cost to do this more aggressively, correct?
I do, and we have a obligation to serve reliable and high quality service also.
And would you agree that you talk about the accelerated pace of the work performed several other times in your rebuttal testimony?
I do, as I just described with the transformers.
And that you talk about the need to take a more aggressive approach to the transmission H&R. Does that sound right?
Do you have a particular, the way you characterize it, you have something to point to reference that?
See, I was going to try to skip some of these, but sure, I'll show you. So actually here, we'll look at both of them. So this is the bottom of page 12 of your rebuttal. In this one, you were talking about the cathodic protection subprogram. State to maintain this structural strength and further protect these assets under the grid improvement plan. We are accelerating the pace of the work performed under the subprogram to address structures greater than 50 years old. Is that right?
That's correct.
So we've got transformers that did well, so they have to be replaced. Now we have structures that also need to be replaced more aggressively. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then here on page 13, the requested extension of the accounting order for the grid improvement plan cost allow the company to take a more aggressive approach to transmission H&R by accelerating the pace and volume in which the company is able to make these investments. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so far, what is the difference? So we've talked about transformers, we talked about cathodic protection. How does, we talked about transmission hardening, and then now transmission H&R. This is a different program, is that right?
Transmission H&R is transmission hardening and resiliency.
And resiliency, okay, thank you. And I think I had one more. This is page 15 of your rebuttal, looking at line 14. Through the grid improvement plan, the company is aggressively replacing system intelligence components. Is that right?
Correct.
So all of these things, the company is just having to accelerate everything all of a sudden because past practices were so good. Is the rationale the same for the transformers as it is for grid hardening or system intelligence components?
System intelligence is, so the grid improvement plan, what we were talking about here, is to protect, modernize, and optimize the grid in the face of megatrends. And as I mentioned in my summation, particularly severe weather trends and physical security attacks. Each of these programs shows a different strategic way to do that. So they do involve replacing components, each one of them. But again, they go towards protecting, modernizing, and optimizing the grid.
Is your testimony that severe weather is a new trend?
What do you define new?
Wait, you talk about the mega trends.
Correct.
Severe weather is one of them. Severe weather a new thing?
Severe weather is not a new thing, but severe weather, weather is getting severe, and we're seeing the effects of more severe weather. I think the events of this weekend can point to that.
And it's not anything unique to Duke, right? All utilities experience severe weather events?
Correct.
Okay. All utilities have to provide secure substations and plants, is that right?
Yes, through obligation.
Okay. And are you saying these are things the company could not anticipate having to do?
I'm saying these are things we are anticipating doing, and this is why we're laying out this strategic plan.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I have a question if no one else does.
Commissioner Caston?
Mr. Fogg,
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I understand that also unusual, extraordinary. Do you consider replacing aging equipment as unusual or extraordinary?
I do not consider replacing, singular assets unusual and extraordinary. But when you have a number of assets that are starting to reach the same age at the same time, it is extraordinary. That's an extraordinary circumstance that if you don't strategically plan to address that situation, you could find your reliability threatened.
Understand? I'm thinking about things like the AMI meters, or whether that's transformers or whatever devices that the company uses in bulk. I imagine, I don't know, but I imagine, for example, the AMI meters purchased a bulk of AMI meters around the same time and probably installed them over the course of time, a year, 2 years, 3 years, I don't really know. But would it seem plausible that if you buy a bulk of equipment, whatever it is, around the same time, that the potential for the life of that equipment to fail in a general similar time frame, is that not a reasonable assumption the company should make?
Oh, it absolutely is. But we do try to be as prudent as possible with our equipment. And, you know, the way that we maintain our equipment, you know, including system intelligence, including electromechanical relays, which we're wanting to replace with system intelligence. We've done a good job of maintaining that equipment and have extended it beyond its service life. So yes, to your point, you get a batch of equipment and you could plan to replace it at the same time, but you know, we're thinking about being as cost effective as possible. And if we can run that equipment to a sweet spot, so to speak, where, you know, we've extended it past the service life, but we're replacing it just prior to failure, you know, that's a goal of ours. And sometimes you get off schedule, I would say, when you are running equipment to that sweet spot.
Understand. And if it exceeds the life expectancy, that can be good. But that said, is that still not part of the business of running the business, knowing that things grow and wear out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Hager.
Yes.
The days have kind of run together on me, so I think this was Friday when Mr. Pollock provided testimony, I think. It could have been Thursday. In any event, I wanted to follow up on the 12 CP, 1 CP, 4 CP, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with Mr. Pollock that there would be no incentive for customers to use less electricity during summer and winter peaks if 12 CP is adopted? I think he says because it would marginalize actual peaks or diffuse them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with him. I think he was, in my opinion, he was mixing up cost allocation with rate design. And we send the price signal for how customers use electricity through rate design. And our rates are designed, if you look at our OPT and our, those large general service rates, they are sending price signals to customers to minimize their peak in every month. They are, so how we allocate costs is not going to impact the cost signal that is sent to those customers.
All right, so you're saying the 12 CP versus 1 CP or 4 CP is independent of the rate setting and has no effect, it would have no effect on causing customers to, I guess, hold down on summer or winter peaks because they're not correlated.
I probably should give a little caveat to that. And the caveat is that obviously cost service impacts rate design because we pass on the the allocated cost per rate class to the rate design folks, and they design for recovery. I'm saying where the breakdown is trying to say that how we allocate those costs to that rate class provides a price signal to that customer, that price signal is derived through the rate design.
Okay. Then, and I'm trying to understand this too. Every time I think I understand it, I find out I don't really quite understand it. So if the 12 CP is part of this and adopted as in DEP's rate case, then the customer's rates would not be tied to the, I guess, marginalizing or diffusing the peaks in those months. In other words, if the peak in January or December under 1 CP is 10, and with the 12 CP it's 8, what effect would that have on, would that have any effect on potentially a customer not working to hold down on that peak, and the peaks could increase because it has been diffused and marginalized? Does that make sense?
I understand the question, and I don't think it would. And what I think is interesting is, one of the reasons that the customers who protested against 12 CP did so was because it shifts costs specifically to large users. It tends to shift costs to those who have higher load factors. And so if anything, now the rates for those customers, all things being equal, would tend to be a little higher, and they'd have a better price signal to hold down rates. To hold down usage. But it's an indirect connection. The bottom line, though, is that the price signals to hold down their usage comes, these customers know that they are measured on their absolute usage in any given month. Against OPT, for example, against a certain number of hours. What did you use during certain numbers of hours in the summer and certain numbers of hours in the winter in each month? And if you, to the extent that you can hold down those peaks, which helps all customers, then you're going to pay a lower bill. And so they have the incentive to reduce their usage.
All right, well, let me ask you this, if you can answer it, because, I'm just, again, trying to understand. I guess the proof would be in the pudding, say down the road, whether a year from now, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, if after 12 CP is adopted and winter and summer peaks do go up, would that indicate any correlation? Or how in the future, how would the commission know that 12 CP was a great idea, or no, it wasn't that good idea? What would be the determining factor to understand?
So I continue to think that the FERC tests are a good measure of whether 12 CP is appropriate for a utility, and as we've said, the Duke system is clearly qualifies for 12 CP. We do expect peaks to go up over time because of increased usage. So I don't think just looking at peaks go up is a good measure. I think if you think about rate making, we're using a historic test year. That's the measure that we're looking at. If in future rate cases it began to show that 12 CP was no longer appropriate, that there was a better methodology, the company would certainly consider that.
But do you agree though that it does make sense to mitigate peaks through rate design in concert with demand side management? Is that the company's approach to trying to mitigate peaks?
Yes, I certainly believe that it is. In what I see that it certainly is. I think the company has DSM programs. They have energy efficiency programs. In doing the integrated resource planning, they're always looking at, are there options that are available that would help reduce load as opposed to serving that load, to building generation to serve that load. And those programs are, are considered as good a resource as building generation. So I think the company does a good job of not just, assuming, let the load grow and, we're going to build a generation to meet it. There are a lot of efforts that go into to giving good price signals and giving good options to reduce that peak, because as peaks go up and bills go up for customers, their satisfaction with the company is impacted, and so that's very important to the company to help customers be satisfied with the quality and the price of the power they receive.
Final question, if you can answer it, because just thinking purely in terms of peak, trying to either reduce the peak or have an effect on the peak. Would rates based on cost price, what someone pays, and when I say demand side management, I'm not just talking about going and buying an efficient dishwasher, but the ability for the company to physically reduce the customer's demand, turn the thermostat up or down as needed, physically be able to do things during a peak or onset of a peak. Do you agree? And if you don't, tell me. I'm trying to understand that too. The rate relative to peak, using more cost more, and being able to physically control what the customer uses during an onset of peak. Does that make the biggest difference relative to trying to control peaks, or is there something else?
I don't think I have a definitive answer for that. I think Tim Duff, who was our DSMEE witness, probably has some great thoughts on that. I do know that some of the things you mentioned are things that were being discussed, when I was employed at the company. Now I'm an outsider looking in, but those are the kind of things that have always been discussed and, have been considered, and those that pass the mark are the ones that are implemented.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I apologize to the panel for not being there in person and not seeing your smiling faces, but I see them from here. So thank you so much, and I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carol Lee Williams?
Thank you, Chair Belser. My questions are for Ms. Hager. One is that as I listened to your opening remarks, I was reading along and I heard one word and I saw another, and I may have heard wrong, but just because we have those things, and we have a court reporter, I thought I'd check. In about in the middle of it, you talked about the same cost, and I heard allocation as opposed to causation. Would you like to clarify?
I would say that it's whatever it says on the piece of paper, and I think that was probably causation. Is that correct? Yes. Cost allocation just tends to come out of my mouth when I open.
I understand that, but it caused me to think about what are the differences in the two things, and that was kind of interesting.
Okay.
My other question is a big picture question, and you may need to refer me to somebody else, but thinking about where this company and Duke Energy Progress are going, are there elements of this rate case that you considered the ultimate goal that's been announced about merging the two companies? How does that play out with a rate request? And do you think about it now, and so you're prepared for what it means going forward?
I just don't think I'm the right one to answer
Okay.
that question.
Okay. Do you have a suggestion for who could?
I'm afraid I don't.
Okay. I appreciate that answer.
That's what my attorneys have told me. If you don't know the answer, say you don't know the answer.
Good job. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Commissioner Thomas?
I just have a short question, I believe. About a year ago, it seems like we were hearing a lot about transformers and shortages of transformers. And I'm just wondering, what is the status of the availability of transformers these days? And that might be a different answer for transmission and for distribution. I don't know.
Excuse me, I suspect that most of that conversation was around distribution transformers and specifically the pad-mounted transformers that we place on the ground in new construction. And what we saw is, during the pandemic, as the pandemic was waning, just the supply chain impacts, and that was not unique to transformers. There were lots of things that were going that way. The challenges that we saw were pretty acute, though, in pad-mount transformers. And I don't have numbers I can quote to you, but the vast majority, well, if you look back at that pie chart in my direct testimony, there was a new construction slice that was like 57%. That's building the system new. All of our residential multifamily stuff is pad mount transformers. So those are by far one of the highest usage items that we have. And so the challenge was trying to serve new customers. And one of the impacts that we did, and I'm not sure how this was communicated here to you all as commissioners here in South Carolina, we actually paused the targeted underground program, because one of the keys of that program, while the volume is much, much lower, is to use pad mount transformers. We have an obligation to serve, and as part of a regulated service territory, we can't deny service to someone. Well, even though the targeted underground customers have outlier reliability performance and we have a solution to place those lines underground, we could not hold up new construction and new customers coming in requesting service to do that. And in fact, we got to where we were actually allocating transformers based on need. We had folks in the field verifying, yes, they are actually ready before we send them out there. We're starting to see relief in that area. We've brought our supply chain teams have brought on other vendors. We actually started to get what I'll call the real truth from our manufacturers on when they could deliver stuff, not just telling us, yeah, you'll have it, yeah, you'll have it, yeah, you'll have it. And so I think we've turned a corner in that space. So hopefully the conversations, I think there was actually a customer in one of the public hearings that talked about one of our targeted underground programs that we had, or projects that we had paused because of the lack of transformers. And those have been released. They're working that again. So I see that as a sign that we're seeing some improvement in that space. We need to see it sustained to be sure it's not short-term, but from conversation with supply chain, we don't believe it is. We believe it's real. So that's the distribution view of transformers.
Anything to add to that, Mr.
Yes,
Paul?
sir. So from a transmission perspective, we have not, to my knowledge, seen the level of need and pause that distribution is seeing in terms of transformer availability, but it's something we're keeping an eye on. We've certainly had projects that we've had to delay because of the timing that we expected to receive major equipment, and we haven't received it yet. So Hasn't impacted us in the way that it has distribution, where we've had to sort of shut down a program, and that might not have been the right word,
Pause.
but had to pause a program. But we have certainly seen delays, but we haven't seen anything that's given us great heartburn right now, but we're keeping an eye on it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Commissioner Carol Williams?
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on that question because we did hear a lot about that. Order of magnitude, can you give us any more specificity or on in terms of these ground-mounted transmission? I mean, I think we were hearing, I want to say a year, but in delays, and I don't remember, but is it,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're hopeful, well, what I heard you saying is that you're hopeful that the supply is going to be there as you need it, but can you add any more specificity to that?
Yeah, so let me clarify my statement. So we have much better intelligence through supply chain into the vendors and their true manufacturing capabilities than we've had before. So that's a real positive, I think, that comes out of the challenges that we had. The hopeful was that this is sustained from the manufacturers. There's not something else that happens, heaven forbid, another pandemic or some other major supply chain impacts from that perspective. All the signals are pointing to that has stabilized, production is increasing, and we're seeing that increase from that perspective. In fact, like I say, an example of that is the transformers that were held for that project that the customer spoke to you all about. Those have been released. I don't know if they're actively out there working today on that project, but those transformers have been released from warehousing to go to that project. So that I take that as a very positive sign if we're seeing those restart that way.
So no one's having to wait at this point.
I'm not aware of that. I won't.
Okay.
I can't say that there wasn't, a customer sometime in the past when we were at the height of this constraint that we were late getting a transformer set for them of that nature. But that's the reason we put into process the whole prioritization model. No longer were we shipping transformers just based on demand that we saw in our system to different operating centers. Those were held at the central warehouse. There was an actual leadership approval process of validating that transformer is needed, that customer is ready, rather than shipping them out, and then we sent those to where they truly were needed to prioritize that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much appreciate it.
Commissioners, anything further? Ms. New? Any redirect?
Chair Belser. Okay, Mr. Guyton, starting with you, Mr. Hall asked you a series of questions about the company's alternative analysis for targeted undergrounding. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you talked about that some of those options were not viable options. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe kind of why those aren't viable options? What is the problem that the targeted undergrounding program is attempting to address?
So let me try it this way. So I mentioned, I think earlier, that we do CBAs to validate is a program or project worth proceeding on. It's a forward look based on the best information we have at that time. And I would equate that, and I think I use these words, a tool in the toolbox. So targeted underground specifically, that is a tool in the toolbox for distribution engineers and operations folks to solve problems. But it's called targeted for a reason. Out of the 17 or 18,000 miles of overhead lines we have here in DEC, South Carolina for distribution, we've undergrounded 25. That is 0.14% of those. And the way those are identified is we have customers that, so if you think of a bell curve, most of our customers experience reliability somewhere under the shape of that bell. They may be slightly to the right, they may be slightly to the left or dead in the middle, but they're in that bell shape. That's the majority. The customers that we identify for potentially deploying targeted underground are truly outlier. They're on the tail of that curve as it goes further out, where going away from the bell means your reliability is worse than your neighbors and peers. And the reason targeted underground is appropriate is this is typically rear lot construction, so it's behind the houses or between houses, not along the front of the streets. Duke Energy went away from that construction standard in the 1960s. 6 decades ago, it was decided, while that made sense in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, that was not the way to build a system in the future going forward. And we shifted our construction specifications. So I say the lines were built in the 40s, 50s, 60s. That doesn't mean we weren't maintained. We've replaced poles, we've reconductored, we've replaced transformers, we trimmed the trees. But if you think about when those lines were built, this was probably in the suburban explosions after World War II. And so just massive housing growing out from city centers. It made sense to do that. When we built the lines, you could build a line behind a row of houses and serve houses on either side. We do that today. We just happen to do it from the street side and cross the street to serve. Likely when we built those lines, there was very little mature vegetation in those areas. So it's 60 years ago plus. Now we see very mature vegetation. We see issues with hazard tree fall-ins because of the age of the vegetation. And when we trim trees, whether it be with mechanical equipment or climbing, we can usually only reach about 60 to 70 feet for distribution. So we get proper clearance from the lines, both laterally and vertically above. But there's 60 years of 100-foot tall oaks and poplars that are way above that have overhang. And many times the outages from limbs falling out from the overhang that we cannot reach. There's only one way to get ground-to-sky clearance, and that's with an aerial saw flown by a helicopter, and you cannot do that in residential areas, as you would imagine. So the reason for the undergrounding is we have outlier performance. We've already deployed the overhead solutions, such as hardening or reconductoring in years past. We're still having the causes that we see. And with every fault that occurs, it shortens the life of the equipment because fault current damages equipment. It's meant to withstand that to a point, but every time you see a fault, that shortens the life of that. And so where we do deploy targeted underground, it is the solution to truly fix those customers' problem and bring them back underneath that major part of the bell curve from a reliability experience standpoint. So that's the way I would explain that.
Okay. And then also, can you talk about, I know you said there weren't any CBAs that were performed for non-viable solutions, but can you talk about through Duke's project development process, at what stages they assess alternatives?
So when the Targeted Underground program was first being looked at, the team, I was not part of that team, but the team that was, this would have been back in probably 2014, 15, it could have been in 16, is one of the questions they asked themselves is, what overhead alternatives do we have to solve these customers' problems from that? And we had history of doing our normal overhead maintenance on those lines and really weren't seeing the impact. So we had operational knowledge that continuing to do what would make sense in an overhead space is not solving these customers' problems for the reasons I described a moment ago. So that was really the alternative analysis. To do a CBA on an alternative that doesn't solve the problem is wasted time and effort. You need to assess, is it a viable solution or not? If it's viable and you have multiple viable solutions, absolutely you need to do a cost comparative for those.
Okay. And is that something your engineers would consider when they go to the site?
They would, and let me, TUG is a unique one in that we do a programmatic CBA to make sure that this type of work is viable. It's not the specific projects. As the project progresses, we actually end up doing a project-specific cost-benefit analysis for a specific scope of work that we've identified. But an example I'll give you of where even at that stage, as they start to do detailed design, the engineering and operations folks will still look at, are there other alternatives? An example I would give you is, and I've actually owned a house like this, used to live in one. It was a Milltown house built in the 40s. It was served rear lot construction as Milltowns grew. It was not a TUG target. In fact, when I lived there, TUG didn't exist. And our reliability was pretty good, so we wouldn't have shown up on the TUG list anyway. We had good, reliable service. But in the decades that followed, when that line was built in the 1940s, when that house was first built, there were mainline circuits built down the road in front of the house I lived in. If a targeted underground engineer had gone to visit that and field assess it, the first thing they would have thought is, we simply need to move the transformers from the rear lot put them on that line that was built a decade ago in the 2000s on the front of the street and move the services around and not do the undergrounding. They wouldn't do the undergrounding because they truly have an alternative. That is a rare case, but that's an example of where they would assess alternatives and actually deploy that type of alternative as opposed to undergrounding.
Thank you. And Mr. Hall asked you a series of questions about prudence and value from Mr. Oliver's testimony. Do you recall those?
I do.
Okay. Can you talk about what the company's reliability would have looked like absent the expenditures from the grid improvement plan over the past 5 years?
So I'll give a couple of specific examples. So self-optimizing grid is one that tends to truly impact the system level metrics that you saw in the graphs that Mr. Hall was asking me about. For the circuits that we've actually not only constructed self-optimizing grid, but we've actually activated or enabled it, we see a 7 to 24% improvement in SAIDI on those circuits. 7 to 24% improvement. We have, and I don't think I shared this, and let me mention one more tug before I forget about it. So targeted underground, when I talked about a viable solution, for the segments, that 25 miles that we've deployed tug, the average number of outages per year that those customers would have was almost 2. Now that we've deployed tug, they are seeing 0.2 outages per year. A 10x improvement in reliability for those customers. That brings them back into the bell curve that I described before. But as far as the improvements, we would have, without self-optimizing grid, even though it's newer in its deployment, it would have been much worse because of the customer minutes of interruption. As of just some updated statistics, as of the end of, as of April, so last month, in DEC, South Carolina, and I'll talk, instead of circuits, I'll talk customers. We're up to 20% of the customers are automated now, and that's 142,000 customers in that space. I talked about that enablement queue. We've done a lot of work at the end of 23. We continue here in 24. That enablement queue is a 7-step process to move those into true activation at the control centers. There's another 156,000 customers sitting in the queue now that we're actively moving through to automate their circuits as well. And we've got more in construction and in design coming behind that, so making a lot of progress. That's where we really move the needle at the system level metrics from that perspective. But you also heard what I said about target underground. 2 outages a year to 0.2 outages a year where we've deployed that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. New. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your testimony and your perspective, and you may stand down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's up to you.
Yes, well, it's up to you. It's up to you.
Yes, yeah, we would ask that they be excused, please. By Farrell.
Thank you. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired. And it is what is that, 6:15? About. Let's talk about tomorrow. Can we start at 9? Is that gonna work a hardship for anybody? You're shaking your head. No hardship or no 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. The commission has to travel to Aiken tomorrow for a public hearing in another case. So we've got a hard stop in the 2:30ish, 2:45 area so that we can go. I would, if it meets with y'all and y'all can talk among yourselves, if we could I would suggest bringing an energy bar, banana, whatever, something you can eat kind of quick, and we'll take a short lunch break. And I hope that won't be a hardship, but because we're going to finish early, we won't take but about a 20 or 30 minute break for some kind of sustenance for you. And then we'll, like I say, we'll have a hard stop, 2:30ish, 2:45, so that we can get on the road. And we do have Friday set aside if we need that. So if you have witness issues, please work that out among yourselves. If I have to make the decision, ain't nobody gonna be happy. So if you can work it out, it would be good. Any questions about tomorrow? Okay. Well, I wish everyone a safe departure from here and a good evening, and we will see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you very much. we are in recess.